Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play. Flashlight saves, juking hard, we ain't going down fast. If you camping out my hook, better hope I don't last. Throwing pallets, dropping perks, dead hard when I gotta. But if Ghostface peeks around, yo, I'm screaming for my mama. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you slug, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love, keep the toxic away. GG's in the chat, that's how we play.
Hatch luck, one more gen, don't give up. Flashy saves, no, we don't stop. Ghostface, nah, get blocked.
Let's sweat for the hatch, we loop all night. Bring your best, we'll put up a fight. Safe space, good vibes, come and see. This is the place where you wanna be.
Alright, chat, GG's, that was a rough one.
Ghostface again?
Nah, I'm done. Someone queue up the next match before I lose my mind.
Welcome in, take a seat, grab a snack, stay a while, survive, remain on the grind, dodging hooks with a smile, looping killers, breaking ankles, gotta keep them on their toes. But if it's Ghostface in the lobby, man, I'm about to throw. We stay positive, we stay strong, even when the matches go all wrong. Wholesome vibes, never fake, but if you snuggle, that's a mistake. We sweat for the hatch, we fight till the end, side by side with my Twitch chat friends. No salt, just love,
Hello, gamers. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Good to see everyone. Good to be here. Who do we have? Widow was officially the first. Didn't claim first. Claim first in chat. Congratulations on actually being here first. Widow, good to see you. How are you? How's your week going? I know I asked you before, but I'm not quite sure I remember the answer about the job interview you had for the glasses thing. How did that go? Only welcome in, finally, a day off work. You're exhausted. 48 hours in the past 4 days. Oh my god, gamer, get some rest. That's a lot of work. Oh my god, Em, I passed your interview. Oh my god, only. That's huge. What were you interviewing for? That's so cool. Lake, congratulations on getting first. Welcome in. How are you feeling today, Lake? Are you any better? There's no rest. You have to grind DBD now. Yes, we always must grind DBD only. Let's get to it. Are you on the 2v8 or on the regular gaming? Lake, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 66. That's huge. Gamers, welcome in. It was like some support role you gotta do. Checks ID and work references. Okay. Okay, that's exciting. You passed the interview. That's huge. Holy 90 stream streak. Let's go, Lake. We dance. For the... where is my dancing dogs gone, guys? I don't understand where the animation has gone. Let's see if we can quickly find this. Hi, Fairs. Welcome in. I'm good. I'm good, Fairs. How are you? I realize we are very, very close to TwitchCon. And then right after TwitchCon, I'm jumping on a plane to Montreal for the DBD anniversary party. And it's kind of looking like when I come back mid-June that we're jumping right into anniversary. I don't think we have official dates confirmed yet. I did see a roadmap for the coming month. It said 14 May. There was a little banner talking about the 10-year anniversary. I wonder if that's gonna be the reveal for the anniversary. They normally do a webcast, right? 14 May suggests, as I said to Glennie, that anniversary will start on a Thursday. And it's supposedly, I need to look back, 5 weeks after that broadcast is when the anniversary starts. Or was it 3 weeks? Or was it 4 weeks? I'm gonna have to look into my data. We're gonna have to look that up. You're on the DBD, you're on the update DBD mode? What's update DBD mode? How is your week going, Fairs? Of course, no problem. I'll give you a shout out any day of the week. You're excited, Em, but a bit nervous. I don't want to mess it up. That's normal only. That's normal. Just be you. Do your best. You've got this. After 2v8, it's a bit steady until anniversary, in your opinion. Probably. Probably. New hotfix installing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's a few minutes. It was a very small update. I did it yesterday. Pretty okay. Grinding is a killer again. Oh, are you back on the Huntress fairs, or are you practicing some other stuff? Okay, hold on. I was looking at my alerts, channel points. Where's my dancing? We have Pedro, Caramel dancing. Why is my select GIF? I don't know why. Oh, that looks so weird. If you put dancing dog, you get a lot of weird stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you. Okay, maybe we select this one. Looks kind of funny. Save animation. Okay, it says it updated with success. You know what I think? I think there's a chance that that GIF got removed from my it's this one. I don't know what the problem is. You're on Huntress, but also have stuff scheduled to learn some variety killer. Good. That's good. I was getting on the killer. I'm struggling. I just really hate it. I'm trying to do my best, guys. I really wanna do my best at playing killer. We're still struggling. Avian, thank you so much for the daily. I hope your stream is going well. It looks like you're having a decent games with Nittens. Enjoy your gift. Get a gift, your daily treat. Thank you for the 34. You're back to farming next week. Which killer are you working on right now, Widow? Okay, I don't know. Maybe there's a chance that my sound alert is fixed. We're gonna pray. Preach. All of them P33. Oh my god. It's the way that I am trying to get my survivors to P80 for anniversary, but I'm not making any headway. We got Talita done. She's P80, so she's ready to do P100 for the anniversary. Why is my chair not in the middle? Maybe this is the problem? Maybe this is the problem. There we go. So Talita's done. She's staying P80. Something's up with my camera. Hold on. What's going on? This is better, I think. Then we have Megan at 70, so she's next to get to P80. We should do that in 2 weeks, and then just grind Dwight and see how far we can get him before I leave to Montreal, which is in 4 weeks. We're so fucked, guys. I'm so fucked. You were thinking about inviting me into the group, but I wasn't sure if you were interested. Thank you, Widow. I appreciate that. No, I'm not going to be doing any farming. I have no time. I have a really big work project the last week of May. I'm going to Montreal for the DVD party for 2 weeks. I'm leaving June 2nd, which is right after TwitchCon. I'm already working on my cosplay, so I'm just so fucking crammed the coming month. And then I'll be back in time for anniversary, supposedly. Right, that's what we were checking. So, the way I remember it... and I know that I have this data somewhere, but, like, where is it? Because I used to keep track of what the amount of time was that there was between the anniversary broadcast and the actual start date of the anniversary, which I think they fucked up last year. Okay, let me have a look-see poo if I can find that anniversary broadcast. Here we go. So okay, when the broadcast is 14 May, which happened in 2024, the anniversary starts 13th of June. That makes no sense to me. Where are we today? Are we today? So I think it looks like the anniversary broadcast is on the 14th. So then it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Bro, they better not start the anniversary the week before the DVD party, because I'm going to be missing out on 5 days of grinding. I hope it's the 18th. I really do. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll find out together. If anybody's wondering if I'm obsessed with anniversary gaming, I am obsessed. P100 Meg when? Next month, Paigey. The plan is to get Megan P100 for anniversary, which is gonna happen in June. So P100 Meg next month. Welcome in, Paigey. How are you today? Are you fully moved into your new place now? How are you guys settling in? Granny, thank you for the lurk. I've got you tabbed, gamer. I hope your games go well. Right, I'm still yapping. Paigey with the 3 stream streak. Let's go. Thank you so much for hanging out. Right. We need to decide who we're gonna play today. And I don't think it should be Elodie. Pretty! Happy Wednesday. Hey, welcome in. How are you today? Drummer Witch, good to see you. Welcome in. Good morning, I think, still your end. Pretty, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 64. Drummer Witch, thank you for the 45. Thank you. Welcome in, gamers. There was another guy in the farming community finishing all characters P100 not long ago. I mean, it's something else to be farming so many points. I'm already struggling just getting normal P100s. I don't know. I have no stuff on Elodie. I have 155. I mean, I have 180 cobbler. Why am I crying? I probably don't have any BPS left. 24. It's just, I have more stuff on other people. Who should we play today, guys? We're gaming with Claust in an hour. Very excited. I reconnected with Claust and HorrorCon in Glasgow last month. It was really great to see him again. Such a wonderful guy. Amazing content creator. Correct DVD gamer. We had a very good conversation. And managed to schedule another duo stream. I'm really excited. I'm stressed and excited. That's the situation. Good morning. How are you? I'm good. Yes, I'm good. I took it slow today. Yesterday I realized that I was really still very tired from London. Gaming with V. V is kind of strong, but I have no stuff on her because she's only P2. I'm kind of looking at my P100s. Even though this is kind of strong. It's a good suggestion, Drummer Witch. I'm going to have to put points into V so I can play her more after anniversary. You vote for drummers always? Yes. Yesterday I was very tired, so I took it really slow today. Slept in. Made some breakfast. I got to the horses not until 11. Usually I'm there 9:30 latest. So I really did take my time. And there was a lot to do. And I was getting hungry at some point, and they started making lunch for the other people working at the stable. So I joined them for a little bit, which was nice. Had a grilled cheese sandwich, some lemonades. The rooster over at the farm entertained us. So they got chickens and roosters, right? At the farm, and we can see them from the little bench that we sit at for our drinks and lunch and stuff. And they had to close the pen because the rooster kept escaping. He kept going on the roof of the farm. So they put a little cover. They put a little cover now so that he can't fly out anymore. But he was discovering it this afternoon. Realized that he was locked in. Got his wig all worked up. it was quite funny to see. So that was the entertainment, and then I wrapped up the work at the stables. Went home. I played some Palia. I got my dailies done. I love Palia. So chill. Got myself some drinks, some tea. And now ready to go do some warm-up gaming. I need to select... yeah, I need to decide who we're going to play today. That's it. Are you feeling better? I am only. I'm feeling better, yes. I was struggling 2 weeks ago. I like playing Michaela. I might have to look into that. Syringe. Who uses a syringe anymore these days? Hi, Fultz. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 29. Fultz, I was thinking about you today. We need to get into our little project if we want to make it happen. Maybe I have time tomorrow when I'm at work, being bored. Yes, I am feeling better only. Thank you for asking. I like botany, but maybe I need something to help me in chase. You're sick at the moment? Alright, take care, take it easy, and you know what, we have the plan. If it turns out that this isn't the right time, we'll do it another time. You know, we're easy. Health is wealth, 100% only, 100%. So I'm really happy that I'm feeling better. My throat started to be less painful by King's Day. So that was Monday last week, actually. Was it? Yeah. And I've been better since. Like I said, my weekend in London was great, but it was very tiring. So still recovering from that, but literally that was just for fun, you know? Oh, someone left. Did you get a Parmo? No. I was thinking about it when I came up, but then I was like, do they make Parmos down in like London area? I was at Sevenoaks specifically. Oh! God damn it. Not so much in London compared to Seaside, right? Yeah, I'm better off up north, yeah? Okay. D, B, D. Let's see, what do we still have? What have I got? Yesterday was a good time when we played 2v8 with Sketch. I do have to say I get very worked up over playing Killer. I hope it goes away the more I play. Was that a Myers? Or am I making stuff up? She's got to be in chase, right? That's why she's running. What's happening? What do we have going on? Hi, Tam. How are you? Oh. Bro, it's a trapper. He doesn't see me, though. Ah! It's not Bloody Coils. She untrapped something. And she's not injured. Let's have a look, quick look here. Yeah, here we go. You're doing a lot better? Nice. Have your, is your headaches, like, gone? I think that's the most important thing. I know that your fleece was healing. You know, I'm so excited tonight. It's Bayern PSG. It's gonna go crazy game. 2 strong attacking sides. Oh, for real. And like teams with a lot of history, right? Of good performances and stuff. Did this reset? No. Almost fully recovered? Oh my god, imagine what a blow to the head can do to a person. Only that's something to look forward to. I hope you're gonna be comfortable. You got some snacks ready for to watch the game. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Who are you rooting for, by the way? Are you gonna go Germany or France? Who are you rooting for? The headache is gone. Ear is fine. Only thing I'm still struggling with is when it's really busy around me with talking, and when the sun is shining I need to go outside. Yeah, I understand that. You're neutral, you just want to see a good game? Alright, that's fair. Basement? No. I mean, in that case, we're chilling, right? We just gotta not die at basement, basically. Yeah, I think we should. This is a poorly placed trap. I can see that from miles away. I'm pretty confident that you can run right past it. How you doing? I am good. I'm very excited today. We're duoing with Clast. And I'm just deciding on my build, and I'm hoping it's good games. I'm expecting it to be 1v4, not 2v8. Which is good for me as well. I'm doing well. I'm still tired from my weekend in London. It was a good time. And the realization's kind of sinking in that I have 1 month left before I'm going to Montreal for the DBD anniversary party to see my family. So lots to plan. And the last week of May is going to be a crazy week because I've got big work projects. I have a big event that I'm gonna be away from home for at least 2 days, maybe 3. I did hear about a boat, fools, because some Dutch people died. I have no recent developments, but I'm hoping there's no trap here, by the way. Beautiful. I just wanted to make sure I was away from basements. Holy hell. The infected was on the airport in the Netherlands. Oh my god, that they trace it back to there. That's so scary. That's so sad. Hopefully it's a safe journey, this one. Of course, only. We're all hoping that. But yeah, lots to do. before we get to that moment. Okay. I guess I send it, no? Don't step in a trap. The girls are coming to take hits. Excellent. Yes. Oh my god, he got stunned. Oh, I guess I left. I can never see where the border is. They did. They're now tracing all of them on the plane. It's scary. Ugh. That is scary. Devour Hope. I mean, this was, yeah, Gen Rush and a half. I mean, Trapper on high rank. I don't want to talk to these people. I don't know what's going on. I don't think I should run Last Stand, y'all. I think it's just gonna fuck me over. I'm going 5 moves ahead. I can't make another corner round. Yeah. Exactly that. That's what it feels like, right? A little bit. Yeah, I'm working on my cosplays for TwitchCon. Jesus Christ. Checking my messages, gamers. Hold on. I mean, I'm looking at Sable, obviously, because of the hair, right, Volts? That's kind of like an easy one, and she's got great fits. Yeah, so definitely looking at a Sable fit. I want to do something that's recognizable, right? So last year, obviously, I did Yun Jin, which worked out great. I loved my purple wig. It was so much fun wearing that purple wig with the bob. I absolutely loved it, and I loved how people recognized it right away. Because that's one of the things that I find important, that people recognize it right away. I think it was about a month ago with chat on stream here, Unknown, that we were deciding what's iconic fits, like which characters would you recognize right away if you saw them walking around with a fit, like Body Fung, for example. I think Sable has pretty iconic fits. Someone suggested Kate with the red, the puffy red jacket, but that's gonna be too warm to wear in summer. You should try Resident Evil at some point. It's a scary game. I have Resident Evil 3. Glenny gifted it to me. I've just not had a chance yet to play it. Which is, by the way, a lot of backlog on games. We're gonna try some new games on Sunday when we do the variety stream in the morning. If I don't get distracted and play Marvel Rivals, that is. We're gonna be trying some new games that I mean, maybe they're old games, but like new to me. First time playing. This is Tinkerer, by the way. Well, I just died. GG's. Not yet. Soon. Loftus juices on everything only. I think I need to go and rest. You're dying. Have a nice stream. Go get some rest, fools. Thank you for stopping by. Look after yourself. Stay hydrated. Hi, Lucky. Welcome in. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 29. Good to see you. Alright, gamers, what's it gonna be? Hi, Hex! Lurking, love you, lovely. Thank you so much, gamer. I appreciate you. Gift of Pain. She's not gonna get this heal off. Did he have a body here? She does get this heal off. She has either using a medkit or a healing perk, because this was quite... Here he is. Fast. Funny. These gamers are alright. Sable's on my gen. Kate finished hers. And it's, I think, across the map on the other side. Let's stick this gen for now. If it's not pain res, I mean, Sable gets the gen here. Excellent. Okay. He should get in chase with Sable here. Unless she's hiding. Oh my god, they're all coming right here. I need to go. They came right at us. I saved this girl. Resurgence. We love to see it. He changed to the Sable. She's first hook. I don't think it was pain res. Days, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. How was the rest of your night? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 56. Mindbreaker. It's not my favorite. Because I can't see anything. 22 years!
22 years. Thazzy subscribed to your channel for 22 months.
Days, thank you so much for the resub. Thank you for your continued support. I appreciate you. Enjoy the ad-free viewing, the sub badge, the emotes, and of course the channel point multiplier. We'll spin the wheel for your resub. 22 years subs. That's huge. And I'm not even 21, Taze. How do you do it? It was a good one. Going to bed after we got off the game and you ended anyway. Yeah, I had scrims last night. Tourney practice. When I rated out. I'm glad it was a good one. I removed his teleport. I don't think he's got another one here. He is going to get Tinker soon. Let's see if we can stick... There he is on top of main. Let's see what he does. He is going to go for the gen. No. Someone's taking him here. No. He actually came for the gen. Okay. They didn't finish main. We have 3 gens with progress. I guess we just keep pressuring them. The one on the other side has been tinkered. I don't know about this one. I don't think it's been high enough. He TP'd. I might remove this one. Oh, he's with the girls. Okay. I think he's terrified of that gen in the corner. Oh. Blowing. He's sticking to the Nia. She is Death Hook. Well, I'm going back to this gen. No, he is back here. Okay. Yeah, he knows Tinker, the other gen, where the girls are on. Okay, let me stop the regression on this. Nia's looks like she's got a medkit to heal herself. She did. Alright. It looks like we should be able to get some escapes here. We have at least 2 gens with progress. He's with me. He wants to kick it. Okay, that gives me a chance. Pop! Okay. Oh, he knows. This is a wall. I mean, he can't defend both. The other gen has a lot of progress as well. I'm just gonna get back on this one. That's so unlucky. Let's see what he does here. He's slugging. No, he's picking. He wants the kill. Nia's here with the gen with me. I think we get this. Honestly. Beautiful. Well, fuck me, I guess. Oh, actually, fuck me. Hold on. Nice shot. He's going for the gate. He's slugging. I don't think she got that. I mean, if the girls come back, and if she does get pushed out here, there is a chance we get this. Yeah, now what? Are 2v8 servers bad? You're on 120 ping! How is that, gamer? That's just unlucky. Does he know I have BT? Hop, 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 hop! You missed! Nice, GG. Good form. Good save. I'm grateful that the Nia came back. Pressed the wrong button. Poor Dead Heart. Unlucky. Yeah.
Tuinbone and Trut subscribed to your channel for 6 months.
Nice shots. They were good. They are a good unknown player. Everybody's gone. It was Tinker, Fearmonger, Gift, Pain, and Pop. That was a full build. Timebone, also with the resub. 6 years. Taze with the 22 years. And Timebone with the 6 years. Let's go. Hi, Timebone. How are you? Happy Wednesday. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 32. Alright, that's 2 wheel spins for y'all. Or am I to assume we're doing ears, Timebone? Check your DC or your DM or your DC or your DM. Thanks for the resub. Let's spin the wheel. Ears. Do you have a preference? Am I gonna have to pull out the frog ears? You already replied. Nice, you're on top of your shit, I can tell. Oh, it's double ears, guys. We get... Wait, am I jumping to conclusions? We get the giraffe head as well. Oh, Discord. Yay! Double ears? Jesus. Okay. Guys, I'm gaming with Klaus today. I can't be looking like an idiot. This is a respected content creator. Don't say who. With Klaus. Klaus. Mousy, welcome back. Good to see you. Enjoy Daily Dogger Treat. Thank you for the 2. There we go. Let me find my frog ears. It's not good. Oh, class. Class. There we go. We got Fargo giraffe situation going on. Oh. Hold on. There we go. All better. You look wonderful. Thank you. Whoa. The ears can handle it. Stay put. There, I'm a frog giraffe. Stunning. Met Gala ready? You think? Oh. What the fuck? I'm on the red carpet. Runway. Easy. Okay, let's hope that doesn't happen again. Because that was embarrassing. Let me run this ad break. Sorry guys, we'll be right back. I apologize for the ads. Taze and Timebone, thank you so much for the resub. Class. Hey? Classed. Double ears. It's done. It's done. We've got the double ears. Play another warm-up game. Because why not? Alright, the game. Did you go to any Bevrijdingsdag festival, Timebone? Did you do anything on Tuesday? That was yesterday, by the way. Oh! I heard him! And I still got the jump scare of a lifetime. Holy hell. Did he bring this map? We are so unlucky. I think it's a scratch mirror. He did bring an offering. Yesterday you did an oopsie. Oh, do you want to talk about it? Or is this not stream material? Oh no! Is it worse than Ghosty? I don't think it's worse than Ghosty. It's bad though. There he is. But I can still thank you, Drummer Witch. I clipped it as well. But I was quite late, so I have a good chance that you've got it. Thank you for oh my god! He's fast! Yeah, I think the thing with Ghosty is you can't counter it. Whereas this, I think it's pretty counterable. Are we running? Oh, you're just like, girl, you're on your own? Okay. Thank you. You were slow on the take. It was, whew, a hell of a jump scare. Okay. It's Mindbreaker again, guys. Hey! Hold on, I gotta fix my ears after. Hold on. I heard him breathe on me. Oh my god! Holy shit, this guy knows what he's doing. He's back. No, come back. Heal me. Just heal me, gamer. Come on. Yeah, this guy's good. It's very annoying. Hi, Anne. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. How are you? Oh, for fuck's sake. You woke up? You stayed up too late? I mean, if you got the day to recover, that's not an issue, right? You can just chill. Oh my god, you went to bed at 4 AM? Holy hell. Oh my god, the tea bags. He's over there. Oh, there was something going on outside the fire brigade. Oh, shit. Yeah, I heard him. It's GG's. So he couldn't sleep? I can imagine. It stressed me out. I can imagine. You ended up playing some games? Good idea. That's always there. For a good distraction. You think he's gonna fall down? I hear him. He's with Leon. Hit and run. I think he's playing nice. Because he didn't go for me. He went for the Sable. I think he's looking for the jump scares. It worked, like holy hell. Do you have any gen anywhere? I hear gen here. Wait, did I? It's underneath. You're good now? You went to check on the people like 10 minutes ago. Their house is fine, but I brought them a warm meal. That is so nice of you. That is so nice for you. And I said, don't be afraid to come by if you need anything. That's really wonderful. And so it was someone's house that got on fire? We're going to meet some cats on Friday. What cats are we meeting? And where is this basement? I mean, I go save this girl. GG, no problem. Anyway, how are you doing? I am good. I'm good. This way or this here? I mean, he can't get us here, right? Two cats that need adopting? This gen is a really bad gen to be doing. He leaves the Adam, I'm leaving this gen. Yep. Yeah, that's not a good gen. I'll do this gen. Two cats that need adopting? That's exciting, Taze. Are they at like, is a person like getting rid of them? Or is it like at a shelter? I'm doing well. I'm excited about games today with Klaus. I'm a little bit stressed, but he just went, or he's about to go live, or he just went live. So this is very exciting. Oh my god, Adam scared the crap out of me. Oh, he's protecting this gen, cutie. This Noed. That's Noed, right? Like he played Mr. Nice Guy until now? Bro is fast as fuck. Scrim was a bit of a dud. But we got some games in. We're continuing tomorrow. Which is good. Oh my god, there's stove! So all the houses in your street are stove with gas and there was a gas leak. Yeah, there's nothing you can do about that. That is so awful. I hope... Oh my god, we do not need the tea bags. He played really nice. 4 medkits, by the way. That's a lot of healing. Yeah, the GG's. The team played well. So it's Scratched Mirror. He brought Mary's letter. So he wanted to go Midwich. And he got the game. And he had play with your food. That's why he was hella fast. And Coup. Yeah, GG's. Oh my god, holy jump scare, guys. He got me twice. Good game. That's a good game. Let me catch up. Pretty old houses. Well, I hope everyone is safe. You have another birthday for your friend's kids on Saturday. Maybe going to Germany Saturday morning. Then Elfia on Sunday. Oh my god, such good plans. Oh, it's a person. They're moving and they can't take the cats. This happens, right? So they're looking for a nice home for them. Yeah, you guys are so nice for checking that out. See if you can look after their cats. So unfortunate when people, you know, provide a loving home. And they can't take their cats with them when they move. I have to do something about my eyelash, guys. Give me 1 second. But yeah, I do like that the whole neighborhood came together, even though we don't know each other very well. We came and checked if they were okay. That is so nice. That is so wonderful. And that's the right thing to do also. Oh! Too much oil. Hold on. I have to remove some lash glue because my eyelid is sticking to my eye, basically. So Klaus has gone live. He's gonna play some warm-up solo, and he will let me know when he's ready to join. So we will go play another one. Alright, I'm back. They're safe. So glad everything was handled. Good. I'm glad. Okay, more indoor mapping. Oh, corrupt. Ah, right. Damn. Well, this sucks. For him. We try again. Good efforts. Oh, I don't think I make it anywhere with his speed. Ah, I do. Do I have a golf pellet? Yes. No, come on! I should be able to fucking vault that shit. Okay, so he's a Wraith main. Oh my god, where am I going, guys? Fucked it up. I was doing so well, and then I fucked it up. I don't know. Great. One of you could potentially come for a save, I'm just saying. Thank you for the alert refresh, Granny. Can you heal me, please? They have a healing perk. Like, I really, really, really need my full health save. I mean, do I even know what I'm gonna be doing now? I want to do a gen, honestly. He's over there with them. Is there another gen around here? There is not. There's a gen on the other side that had a lot of progress. Let's go for the save. Damn, this gen is dead as hell. That's unlucky. I think it would have been better if he stuck his gen. It is what it is. Did I leave this pellet? It's gone. And there's no gen here. Oh. Well. And now we're all on this side again. Oh my god. Yeah, this was a mistake. The problem is I don't want to take him back to the hook. Looks like I'm dead here. I have nothing here. Maybe this pallet. Hold on. Fuck me. It's very hard to, It's very hard to decide when I drop the pellets, when he's uncloaking, if he's fully uncloaked or not. Like, how do I know? Not bad, not bad. Be chased for 30 seconds, succeed at skill checks, blood points, repair gens. Also, why am I bringing tiramisu when I'm solo queuing? I need these for later. Oh, they didn't want to play with us? Oh, my ears keep falling off, guys. Hi, cats. I hope this is one of those cheaters that promote their Discord. Who? Hi, Masha. Just hoping on before sleep. Hope you're well. Having good games. Thank you, Masha. Oh, the Yui. We're getting them too much these days. Let's see. We have the Yui's got Deli. Jeff's on the Adept. And the Yunjin is on 500 ping. W. I mean, it's the first. I've already clocked out. Yeah. Sounds about right. Is this a spicy totem?
Your days are numbered.
Yeah, this is GG. How are you, Kat? Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. Good to see you. She's literally...
Not escape.
Deli. I go take chase. W perk check. Guys, W perk check. Cat, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the redeem. Thank you for the 8 treats. W. Masha, enjoy your doggo treat. Thank you for the 5. Okay, W. W Gaming. How are you? I'm good. I'm good. I'm a bit tired still from my weekend in London. But we're getting there. I took it slow today. And we have an exciting stream today because we'll be joined by Claust soon. And I'm looking forward to that. Yes, I was in London with my hockey team. I had an international hockey tournament. I couldn't play myself because I'm injured. But it was a really good time. The weather was nice. It was good company. I had some drinks. Some sun. It was wonderful. I guess I'm doing a clock. I don't know if the slug was the play. We got full reset here. Is this not pain res, do we think? Yes, it's pain res. Hive mind? So, basically there's another hex. Wait. Wait. Why did I get exhausted? Is that like... Oh my god, an add-on.
It begins.
Nice. That was good, good hit. Hi, Azrai. Welcome in. Good morning, all you amazing people. Good morning. Oh my god. What a team. Oh my god!
A brave one.
He's tall. I wonder if anyone went back to that gen because that was almost done. Oh my god. Okay, we're gonna have to do something about the double ears. It's not working. What? It keeps hitting me in the face, Days. We're gonna have to swap it out. No, I'll put them back on, but I can't wear both right now. Oh, that gen did get done. Wonderful. Is he coming here? Oh, the deli! I remember! She's dying in her chair at the moment anyway. Yeah, what was the, Did she actually... I mean, she obviously hurt herself, but is it like... Yeah, her oopsie. Where are we going?
I am inevitable.
She's doing the clock. The toe has been broken before a couple times. Should bang it in the car while wearing safety shoes and things. Oh no! Oh, that is so rough. The toe, man. I feel your pain. Am I healing you?
Show you no mercy.
Can I get? I want my altruism. What the fuck? Beautiful dodge. Beautiful dodge. Nice, good hits. Sure, they won't do anything, just like strap itself and keep it elevated? Yeah. Toes? That's rough. She should be able to get... Oh, she's DCing. No! She was doing so well! Oh, it's her lag. She lagged out, bro. The bot lagged out. Ah, this door is like 95. I don't know if this is savable, honestly. The bot's not doing it.
I am inevitable.
Uh-oh. Is he catching up to us? Look at it! Here he comes! Here he comes! No! Oh. That was a little scary. We got it. GG's. Okay, that wasn't bad. This guy was easily dodgeable. Mr. Fox with the 5 stream streak, let's go! Thank you so much for the streak. W Adept. W Deli Gaming. Beautiful. Just absolutely beautiful. Is that killer still in the game? Trying to catch the bot? I don't know. Mr. Fox, enjoy your doggo treat. Thank you for the night. Ooh, hiccups, guys. What if I play in Jin today? I have 173 cakes. Hey yo, Taze with the 90 stream streak. Let's go. Do I... Oh my god, I have 500 of these and 300 of these. Am I changing this? That hard? No, no, no. That hard Iron Will? I don't think so. Probably more like this. I don't know about lights. Hold on, my husband's here. I'll be right back. Legion Gaming. On this map, if I remember, it's not ideal because of the down. Oh, because it's if people go downstairs. Is he coming here? Oh shit! I'm the 4th hit. Ah, he's not on me. Okay, I do a gen. Oh. I guess he's out of power. I can do mine too. What's the scouter say about this power level? It's over 9,000! That's a big ass stream streak, days. Not gonna lie. Are they in chase over here? No, I don't think it's them. That was the ace. I'm gonna pop this gen here real quick. And then I go downstairs. Look at this, Jen. Keep a nice gen spread, otherwise you're cooked on this map. It's been good chases from them. Wasting a lot of time. Let's see if it's pain res. Those guys are on 2 different gens up there, no? You still hate this map regardless? I hear ya, Taze. I hear ya. It is a miserable map. Nah, I guess they are together. Oh my god, that was turn back the clock, I think. That is unlucky. Is he slugging? No, he picks. Okay, then I'm kind of expecting Ace to go for the unhook on the Claudette. I might need to go up and help out, honestly. He did go for the unhook on the Claudette. I expect the Legion to go check them out. So I go for this pool. This is a dead end.
Attention Alien Army, we do have
Hey
a
yo!
raid incoming.
Avian coming in with the raid! Let's go! Gamer! How was the rest of your stream? Hi Augie! Welcome in, Birds of
Avian
Feather flock
DVD rated your
together.
channel with 8 viewers.
Welcome in, Avian. How was the rest of your games? How was Nittens behaving himself a little bit? Augie, good to see you. How are you? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with the AVN and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. Where am I going? I'm going this way. I am a primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official partner with Behavior. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Your message got fucked. Oh. Well, you had a blast night. Deal with Klaus again? Yes. W me. Yeah, I reconnected with Klaus on HorrorCon in Glasgow. We had a chat, and he was like, "Let's duo again. We had such good games last time." I was so honored. So yeah, we've got another show on the road. W me, W indeed. Miss you, back at it again. Was off the grid for a bit. Hey, we all need a break sometimes. Glad to see that you're back. Oh my God, Colonel! Nah. Hi, gamer. It's so good to see you. Like me and Glenny, we see you online. And we're always wondering, when is he coming back to say hi? It's so good to hear from you, Colonel. I hope you are okay. Are you still gaming, my friend? It's so wonderful to hear from you. It's been such a long one. Who am I doing? Maybe I do this gen? Having a good Wednesday. Nice work with the ATP 100s. Thank you. I'm always on that P100 grind. Sorry, gamers. Colonel is a OG gamer, follower, and subscriber, and it's been a really, really, really long time since you've seen him. So sorry for the interruption. But anyway, you're still playing? Are you still on the GTA? And, I mean, I see you online on DBD. DS, nice. What else are you up to? Glenny was literally texting me last week, "Look who's online, we saw your name," and we were like, "Oh my God, it's so good to see you're online, I hope they're okay." Avian, I understand if you need to raid and run. I assume you need to walk Pesto. Give some extra pets from us. And thank you so much for taking the community here. It's good to see everyone. Oh, shit. I don't know where I'm going if I make this. Don't make this. Yeah, need to walk the dog and see you again. If you're still on after, I might very well be back. Cool. Yeah, we should be on because Klaus is doing solos first and then he's joining. And he usually goes till late, right? So I'm expecting to be on for the rest of the evening. Keep a lurk open. Thank you, AP, and I appreciate that. Have a nice walk. It should be dry, right? Today was dry. No rain. Yeah, cool. Hi, Mittens. Thank you for coming in. How are you? I saw that you had some good games. Not sunny? Yeah, not sunny. It was very clouded here as well. Nittens, welcome in. Did you juice Nittens? Be honest. Loving the giraffe outfit? Thank you, it's my favorite. Oh my god. We did so well, and then we didn't. Thank you. Huh? Oh yeah, I'm just hanging out. I'll text you. Sorry guys, some food for my husband. You did something, you hope? That doesn't sound very promising, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, it's GG, isn't it? Nah, we held it together for so long, guys. Unlucky. You cook sometimes and fumble the others, but that's pretty typical for me. I hear you. That's pretty typical for me as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're still going. Hold on, gamers. I wigglyf this girl. Oh, she picks. Nah, this Claudette, she cleared. We are still going. We are still going. Oh, this is... Okay, well, he's dead. No, DS! These gamers are gaming. I can tell you that much. Oh. Thank you for the lurk, Mittens. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you hanging out. Ezra, enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 7. I go away? Okay, I go away. Shit. Whoa. Hello, Ping. Oh, that is so unlucky. The way I thought this was Shack Pellets, and it's not Shack Pellet, guys. Fuck. Just escape the ghoul on normal mode. Let's go, let's go! Nah, this Claudette deserves the hatch. That was insane. Insane Gaming. I wonder if these guys were together. They were really good. Oh, unlucky. Look at me with the Twitch shirts. I'm so happy I got the Twitch shirts only honestly. Oh, you're fine, Granny. Are you alright? If I could stream more, you would try applying for it yourself. Maybe one day only. You're very busy. You didn't mean to do that? Okay, good, good, good. Don't worry about it. No medkit for this gamer. No key. Oh, lucky. Let me eat my food, guys. I know, she almost had it too. Insane. No, that's the same perk that I have, Mr. Fox. It's 5 moves ahead. It's the new perk from the new Survivor. You see the aura of the 5 closest pallets and windows. After you drop a pallet, you start moving 50% earlier. And it's a really good perk. I really enjoy it. Hey yo, we got Hub! Guys, we got Hub! In a random lobby. I think it's console, right? That's crazy. Good luck at fun, Costa. I hope you're having good games today. Sorry, I'm here. I'm just eating. I appreciate you stopping by. Let's have a good game. Oh, I'm inhaling my food. Wesker. Okay. We've corrupt again, and we got this map again. I think we were on this map the first game on. Against the Trapper. We had a really good team. Well, fuck me. He lost me. Because I left no scratch marks when I changed direction. Oh man.
You actually think you can defeat me?
W medium, love to see it.
Is that the best you've got?
That was pain res. You can join only. I don't know for how long though. I'm waiting for Klaas to finish his warm up. I don't think. I don't think Hop realizes it's me. Darjan at the back of Maine had a lot of progress when I got pain rest when I got hooked. So let's see if I can go back to it. So yes, sorry, to come back to your question, only you can join. I just don't know for how many games it will be. Or even if it's more than, even if you can get in this one. I don't know what his plan is. I'm just waiting. I think we got some good gen progress and they're not tunneling. Either that wasn't a pain rest, or we do have a gem of more progress. It's probably my first gen, coming to think of it, by the UFO that had more progress when I got pushed off it. Unless he kicked it back then. It's okay, I can make one if he's back early. Cool, cool, cool. Works for me. Kindred eating right now. That's live as well. He's changing to the gin. No, he's not. I'm lying for attention. I have a spray. Do you not want this? I'll go back to my gen, no problem. Yeah, this gen's dead. Okay, we try again. You're on endgame, no rush? Yeah, we're on the last gen. I don't know if he readied up. You're in a match. Hard to type, of course. Lots of different RPGs, still playing the games at once. I tell more in Discord sometimes if you want to know more about things. Happy to watch again. Yeah, Colonel. I'm happy to hear how you are. Are you back on Discord? Because I think we still have a DM open. I need to go. There's nowhere to hide. Damn. Okay, that was not what I wanted to do. But it worked out. W.
I'll see you dead.
Okay, taking me far away from the doors. Clever. Thank you, Hub. We should be able to get this. Claust has not readied up only, so... Okay, he said one more game. Yes, here we go. I've got a message. Ready after this game. You can join for one if you want only. Hub! I was saying to chat, we know this person! We got paired with Hub! I know, what are the chances? How have your games been, gamer? Welcome in. GG, well played. Thanks for coming to save my ass. You don't want to try, I want to try another game? Okay, yeah, come. We can play one. I bring, cake for you. I bring cake for you. GG's, Hub. GG's. It was wonderful to game with you. I hope you're well. Gamers, I don't know about this ad. Oh, you were in Killer Queue and you queued up in between for as a survivor. Okay. W decision. Because we got paired. It's so cool. Okay, I'm gonna snooze this ad one more time. I think it's coming in 5 minutes. I don't know, gamers. I don't know what else to do. Let's see if I can find my DMs with Colonel to make them go at the top. There. Colonel, I sent you a DM on Discord. If that is still you, you should have it so we can keep in touch. I'm really happy to hear from you and that you're doing all right. Good luck, have fun. It was wonderful to see you. Hope to see you in the fog again. Have good games. And again, thank you for that. The Nostromo game was really good. Thank you for saving my ass. Okay, the Greenville Square. We had a very rough 2v8 game yesterday on this map. Oh, it's a ghoul. With a... Oh shit, only got clocked. Bro hates ghoul. Only hates ghoul. That's so unlucky. Yeah, we had a really rough game yesterday against the Blight and the Nurse, and they were really good. They were not messing around. I'm sorry, only that the game that we are playing is a ghoul. I know you hate ghoul. You took a cake as well. You need big blood point 3p when on a trip and Arella. I knew. That's why I was bringing points for you as well. Oh shit, they're picking. Working on Arella for prestigious? Nice. Me too. She's P20. I think we need to split up, like, I don't know. And at first is when I want to proper work on it, need the event stuff. Yeah, good idea. Oh, only I'm so sorry. What a shitty game. I think I'm just gonna send it. Oh. Interesting. More food. I don't mind, I'm typing. Being rescued so fast. Oh wait, we got a gen down. J-ho. Oh, Oli's dead, man. They got taken out of the game. So bad. Save on the killer. Oh! Oh, okay. Well, then there's nothing we can do. Sandbagging? Why is she so upset with you only? You okay, reporter? Yeah, there's nothing else you can do. Honestly. I mean, he downed her as well in the end. Ha. Welcome back, Anne. Welcome back. Are you slowly waking up? I guess I leave her to rot on Hook. This is deadlock. I mean, it's not like we're making it out of this game. Use took a 4-day break off DVD, stuff like this won't get to me. Good, only good. Save your sanity. Here she is again. Does she just want out? Or is she taking her to the Lara? Crazy. Waiting for dinner. Speaking of, I just got called. Dinner's ready. Be right back. Okie dokes. Alright, well, the Sable got worried. The Lara is safe. They got back to work together. Yeah, he's killed her now only. I don't know. Sable's dropping most of the pellets? Okay, yeah. She was just trolling then. Hopping lockers? Okay. Well, I'm gonna take a short break here. Only sorry for the rough game. I do appreciate you hopping in. We're also gonna be running a quick ad break. I just need a quick toilet break and then we get back to it. GG's, GG's only. I hope the next time we play it'll be a good one. I do appreciate you hopping in. Gamers will be right back and then we'll be joined by the wonderful class. I'm really excited. See you in a second. finish my food. Yeah, we were confused. It looked like the Sable was throwing. I assume you're the Kaneki here, the ghoul, Bunda? Welcome in. It looked like she was hold on. Klaus did not make it into this lobby. Imagine. I go load into a game without Klaus. Sable was sabotaging. That's what it looked like. They dropped every pallet. We saw. But it looked at first, Gamer, as if she was teaming with you. I mean, even if you weren't working with her, her throwing the game like that still looks like to us, like she's not really like playing like a team player, right? She was definitely not playing with us. Gamers, we are gaming with the wonderful Klaus. Absolutely crack gamer, wonderful person. Please go check him out. I need to pin this. It's a really wonderful person, wonderful gamer, excellent content creator. Please go check him out, drop a follow, say hi. I understand, but one viewer said you were teaming with her. Yes, that was a person that was the person that was in a lobby with me, my friend only. It looked from our perspective like you were teaming together. When you moried her and downed her, obviously we could see that you were not working with her. GG's well played. Are you a ghoul main? I hope your games are going well today. I appreciate you stopping by. Sorry, there's a lot going on. Sunny, welcome in. Good morning to you. Thanks for stopping by. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 2. Good morning, good morning. You're not ghoul main? You play every killer? Okay, nice. Yeah, GG. You clearly know what you're doing on killer. I'm not the best myself on ghoul. Against ghoul. You played well. Are you playing some 2v8 as well, Bunda? It's been stuck at 2. Yesterday it said 2. I thought yesterday it said 1. But either way, let's check it out. It seems to be working fine today. You 2v8 as well? Nice, nice, nice. Ah, Wesker, okay. Yes, you got dinner. What are you having? And maybe I'll still have a sleep right now. I mean, it's early. It's early. But Breinebone and Speckjes, delicious. Such good food. Jill, enjoy your daily doggo treat. By the way, I think I saw yours. Please don't fire me for being 2 hours late. The subway had a flat tire. Nah. You trolling? Did they actually have problems, like tech issues on the metro? Still waiting on attention from the streamer? Yeah, sorry. I'm nervous, Jill. I'm gaming with Klaus, okay? You know how I get. Some baked potatoes? Wonderful. I think I stealth for this unhook. I don't know. How is everyone? I'm good, Sonny, thank you. I'm still a bit tired from my trip to London, but I had a really wonderful day. I'm feeling better. Oh god, he's coming back. Yeah. We need to crank gens. Okay, we're on 2 different gens. That's good. Nervous M, you're a good person, fun to play with. And thank you, that means the world. There's a lot of people watching, so I'm very nervous. You're about... Was about the flat tire? Oh! I would have kept talking till you noticed. I don't know. More gens? Do I take a hit? I don't know. Maybe I just do gen. Maybe leave him on the hook for a little longer. We're doing gens though. You've never played with... You've played with Klaus once in a viewer game and I got... 7 save for them. That's cool! That's cool. Let me help you out, send some good vibes. Thank you, Anne. Thank you. Thank you, Anne. I appreciate that. But yeah, we're good. We're good. We're gaming. We did some solo queue. It was a good time. Yeah, he's straight back to hook. I hope that Kate can help while we crank this gen, because I don't know what else to do. You did the flashbang as a distraction thing and then Sebo while he was turned around? That's just perfect. Okay, he is back. That's good. Klaus getting a chance to heal. Okay. And thank you for the dance. can't do anything here. I go back because I see Claused over at I don't have anything here. Maybe here? Oh no. There was no way. There was no way I could have done anything. At least it's not basement. And we got the last gen. Good dance. Thank you for the dance. Oh fuck, I was typing. I don't know where the gate is, I don't think. Do I? Okay, well. Oh man. Look. Like, how is this a grab? Oh, now it's basement. Well. Yes, thank you. I had a feeling. I had a feeling that was the case. I really appreciate you helping out. Oh my god. Helping out. No. I appreciate you reaching out. I don't think I paid enough attention where the door is. Okay, V is out of the basement. If he can go back there, I can get this on hook. For free. I get it for free. Okay. I mean, we're all reset. We're all reset. Oh, yeah, yeah. Do you have more? It's probably our last charge, right? No! She has more charges. Wonderful. Okay. V went down somewhere. We should be able to get this. The gate is there. There we go. That was... Oh my god, that was so weird! She has... Yes, BT. Perfect. I think it worked out. GG. That was good, good teamwork. GG's. He was asking if it was a Swift. My streak is cooked! Oh no. Bro, we broke his streak. Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can let's see if I can get this stream together thing going. You in gym with the carry? This fit is fire, Jill. I'm enjoying so much playing Yunjin again. I need to put more cakes on and stuff. Will there be cakes for anniversary? We hope so. We hope so. I'm too nervous to eat, guys. I'm putting my food to the side. Back to gaming. Ah. Oh, well, not me running into him. Nice. That was a good hit. This is a garbage bin. That sucks. Bro likes to mind game. Me, I just run. Oh shit. Klaus was upstairs. That's unlucky. I didn't see them on bomb. Fuck. I guess I heal. I mean, we're all hoping that there's cakes for anniversary and because we want them blood points. Huh. Well, that's unlucky. He just walks me down. Oh. No, he does not, in fact. He broke the pallet this time. I should not go 2-story, because Klaus is on the gen there. Oh man, I was really hoping I would pull off the light, but he broke it this time. Nice hit. I still have a pellet here. And I have my life back now. Hold on. Let's go. Now I can go back 2-story. I don't make this. Unlucky. Good chase. Slaying. Some good work. Some good work, definitely. That looked like a little pain res, I think, in front of Shaq. Oh my god, Leon with the trade. Nope. Oh my god, Leon with the crazy. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what Leon's doing, y'all. No! Oh. Okay. Yeah, I have a problem. Yeah, I do have a problem. That is so unlucky. I should have stayed in the front of the I should have stayed at the front. Did you get the 10-year anniversary collector edition? So I ordered it, but supposedly they are not sending it out until June. Oh man. So you should, nobody should have them yet, unless unless maybe they have some people that have priority if they're a creator and they need to show them off or something. But what I remember is they are not sending out the anniversary collector edition until June. Yeah, he's coming back, right? Shit. There's a pellet here still. He can hear me. Beautiful. Beautiful. We go again. Yeah. Shit! I know there's a pellet here, but he gets me here. Unlucky. Maybe I don't know, maybe I go DS. I mean, it is the first tunnel. I held it together for the longest time, I think. Alright, let's see how the team does. They do manage to get all the gens here, I think. One left. Sprint Burst, W Sprint Burst Gaming. Oh, unlucky. He doesn't make this. Nice. Nice. Oh my god, what are you... Hold on, picnic table looping. Oh my god, he almost got away with it as well. He needs it for okay, must be P100. I don't think it was a P100. I don't remember seeing. P47. But definitely on his way to P100s. How is the rivals treating you today, Loft?
Thanks for bringing me back.
And just got called a classed hole over at classed stream for going to say hi. That's funny. He's telling off his chat that we shouldn't be talking to new people like that. I appreciate you going to say hi, Anne. It's always a good time there. I think Lost is one of my longest followed streamers. Definitely since I started playing back in the day.
Don't move. I'll make this quick.
One of the most consistent DVD Survivors players that I know. You don't mind saying hi, nice to see you, who you're playing with. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of like also how collabs work, right? Oh, okay. Well, the gate is open. That's good. If Klaus wastes time here... No. Well, this is a two-man. Unlucky. I was wondering if the Renato went for the pickup on the Leon. Now, two men out after a tunnel like that. That's GG's. Leon got more rate. Sad times. How's the killer game? My killer. I'm still trash, Colonel. I am still trash at killer. I'm trying to play killer more these days. Oh, another Yunjin. The way I said that's so salty. Oh, another Yunjin. You're clearly the superior. Clearly. Let's find out. That was a pretty cool game. I looked a blight. I'm proud. Deathslinger. Ruin. Search. I stay here. Loftus, look who's here. Nah, he shot last, guys. So rude. Oi. Okay, well that's a good chase though. Please don't come back to the gen. You're welcome. And don't send back my gen again, thank you. This is not looking good. I'm gonna be honest. That Claudette's gonna get piled up. Oh, my gen! That Claudette's gonna get piled up on top of the Yunjin. Shit. Oh! Yeah. Now it's just GG. Oh my god, and I got stuck on things as well. There's no door here! No, there's no door here! There's no door anywhere, guys. Well, that's back up. Is that a UB? That was UB. Let's go. Oh, guys, I have a problem. I have a problem. I have a big problem. Fucking no. How do I close this menu? Oh my god, it's these fucking buttons are still set to Xbox, bro. I almost DC'd. Because I don't know which button is which button, bro. Because I can't fix my fucking dumbass controller. It's been so long, you're still playing with no sound? You're iconic for that, Colonel. She found the ruin. Oh! I was expecting him to go... Nice. To go for the, I wonder if she has DES. I'm gonna keep running. I don't want him to go to the gym. I literally thought that Yunjin had the ruin, but I think she's cleansing dolls. That was the ruin. I got the Wiglif. Hi Nana, welcome in. How are you? Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 7. She is DC'd because she didn't get her DS value. It was a way too aggressive play. Thank you for the lurk, Ann. You're tired? How is your week going, Nana? Are you working today? I'm good. I'm good. I'm quite chill. I'm a little bit stressed, but I'm definitely recovered from my London weekend. I had a really chill day. I worked at the horses. I stayed in late. Bro's waiting for a DS from the bots. Wait, I thought they already used their UB. Oh. I guess they didn't. You're so glad you've missed your streams. I know, I'm really happy to be back. I'm really happy and I'm very honored that we're playing with Clast today. So yeah, super happy to be back. We've got lots of collabs next week as well. So I have tourney practice and scrim on Friday. Obviously I don't stream on Thursdays anymore because after work I'm just feeling like shit. So no stream on Thursday. Friday I have scrim and tourney practice. Saturday is tourney. I'll send you the link. I won't be streaming it, but you guys can watch. And Sunday we'll do a variety stream, and depending on how our games go on Saturday, there's more tourney stuff on Sunday. If we know what it's gonna be, depending on the timing, etc., I might stream it if it fits well with the Sunday variety stream, and if I'm not too tired. So that's the plan for this week. Next week, lots of collabs. We've got some new faces. And I'm looking forward to it. Your week's okay? Work's picking up? The bot's gonna go save, right? He's kind of hanging around still. I'll give it some time. You're here, there now. I'm going through a breakup with your boyfriend. Oh, Nana, I'm sorry. He says he wants to work things, but I don't think it's going to work out. Oh, I'm sorry, gamer. Is the bot gonna, like, make a move here? What's the plan? Okay, kills the bot. Get the heal off. We know he's coming back to that, Jen. Did he go to the gen pop from the Yunjin? That's fine, I'll work this gen. GG, no problem. Nana, I'm sorry to hear that that's rough. That's always rough, no matter what situation you're in. I hope whatever the outcome is, that it's what's going to be best for you. Oh, laggy. I don't have a whole lot going on over here. I wanted to vault the window, but he is... Oh my god. This bed fucked me over. I was gonna try and go for the window around the locker. And then there was a bed. At least I was away from the gen. No more surging. You like 2v8, but it's so sad no pips. I know, Colonel. I know. We also love 2v8. But yeah, you do have to remember to grind on the side to get your pips in regular 1v4. I'm gonna try and go back to class, Jen. Oh! Okay. I think you're trying to decide who I'm gaming with, but my Swift command gives me the rules of when we play in a Swift with someone. But I'm duoing with Klaus at the moment, and it's just the two of us, and we're with two randoms. Max, if that was what you were wondering, this gen got surged again. You're pushing through. It'll be better at some point, Nana. Just hold it together. Keep going. He's looking for me. Hold on. Do you think he comes back, or do you think he goes to check the other gens? What are pips? It's the, do you know how you get to Eerie 1, Nana? And you get, like, blood points for it at the end of the month, on the 13th? The little... Do you know how after every game you're like checking? Like if you've got progress towards your Eerie 1? That's pips. Oh shit, I thought this pallet was here. It's not here. Hey, Jen, I know, this was a rough game. You did try. It's a hedge game now. It was rough, the Claudette, the DC'd. Because of the, because she couldn't get the size of strike off. Otherwise, we would have had a better chance, I think. Let's see if Klaus has a chance at the hedge here. You're not a good looper? Hey, nobody needs to be good at looping if you understand when you need to do gens and when you need to go for a save on your teammates. Well played. Good luck next. Thank you for the match. Thank you as well. I hope you have good games next. And I appreciate you stopping by. $112 ping. Jen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Dalia, welcome in. You're eating food, and then I have a bonus overlap, no audio. Enjoy your daily doggo treat. Thank you for the 52.
Jan_Najejliba followed your channel.
How much to get to P100? It's over 1 million. Colonel, it's over 1 million to get 1 prestige. So well over 100 million blood points. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to do the maths. I generally just go up to 5 mil and just bulk chuck in 5 prestigious per survivor. Colonel, do you still talk to the likes of Fairy Tale and everyone from back then, back in the day? Mrs. Moogle? All of them folk? The OG gang from back in the day? Oh, ping again. 72. Wesker. Come on, I need a gen, bro. I've wasted so much time already. Doing nothing! There we go. We're gonna have to run an ad after this game. Hope we make it. Steve's doing the big loops. We're on gens. We may have a good chance here. Okay, I literally jinxed it. If it's pain res, it's Hetty's gen. It's not pain res. It's Grim. Okay, he pushed Hetty off of her gen. They're coming here. Plus got the unhook and the heal. Oh, Steven wants to heal himself. Alright. Damn, it's really sad that Hetty took a hit already. See if we can smash out this gen before she goes down. She cannot. I'm still hoping it's not pain res now. We know it's Grim. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. It's not pain res. I popped this before Grim. No, I do not! Okay, I have to wait it out. Because this gen is 99. It's that Wesker dash, man. There we go. Alright, let me go to her hill gen. See what's left of that. He kicked it. But it still has decent progress. He chased Klaus off of his gen as well. I wonder if we're already 3-genning ourselves. I hate this map. I'm literally... I've went all this way and I don't think there's another gen here in the middle. With this gen being done as well, I don't see another one. Oh, here's another one. Okay, that works. I think I go for this pool. I pull anyway, I think. Ah, there's another gen in shack. Okay, we're good. Good gen spread. Steven, what's the plan? Wesker was AFK for a second. He's back moving. He's chasing Klaus at shack. I think I go back to the gen that I saw on the way there. I don't really enjoy doing main if I don't have balanced landing. Let's go, Steven. You and me. We smashed this gen. Let's go. I mean, Steven is Death Hook. I can understand the stress. If he hears the gen, yeah. Okay. Took him off the Steven. Run away from the gen. Oh, I guess I got pushed into main. I got you, Steven. I got you. Yes. Steven knows. I think I'm comfortable spraying on this side of the map because there's no gens here. If he gets the killer instinct and decides to go for me. Oh. He didn't, but now he knows I'm here. See if I can hang out here, go for the pool. He's gonna go kick the gen. If he hasn't already. Klaus is on shack gen. Alright, I pull this. Okay, and he's back on Steven. That's unlucky. I don't know what to do in this situation. Should I go and do the gen? Or should I go and take a hit? The gen is almost done. Maybe I can take a hit? No, he sent back the gen. Okay, we do this gen. He sent back the gen in shack. That is unlucky. So we smash this. Fuck, he dies. Unlucky. Does Klaus get the gen? He does. Excellent. She's already on a gate. Let's see what we have here. What is okay? He's in chase, so I guess I work on the other gate as well. You know, the thing went bad with most of them, but I'm well over it, so it's okay with me. My first streamer I watched in a very long time. Ah, no, okay. Okay, well over it. It's okay with me. Okay, you're the first streamer I watched in a very long time. Well, I'm glad that you're back, and I'm glad to hear that you're all right. And that was a long time ago. I mean, you were still... Oh, they're at the other gates. Okay. They get out, right? She's taking hits? I don't know. Yes, wonderful. I mean, you were here still when we had a falling out with Crispy, and I haven't heard from him since then. I know that we were in touch after. But, like, sometimes, you know, the relationship just... Oh, everybody's just gone. Okay. It just ends. We're gonna run a quick ad break, guys. We're going now before we're going to the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. Lots of medkits again. Let's change out the ears. I promised Tinebones some more frog ear gaming. Here we go. I need a drink refill as well. Oh, somebody left. I mean, Klaus went to get a drink as well, so we have time. Oh, everybody's ready? Alright, let me ready up then. When we're ready, we're ready. Let's go. No corrupt. I don't mind hopping on this gen, see what we get by the time they get here. Okay, thanks, Michaela. Legion. Okay. Shit. Shit. I hope it. Oh my god. I need to go. Gamer, you need to take this hit for me. Gamer, you need to take this hit for me. Gamer, you know. Gamer! Gamer, you need to take this hit. Okay, I take this hit. It's fine. Yeah, they're out of power. Beautiful. Okay. Bamboozle Legion, apparently. I have to say, I had a feeling that when Legion was kill switched, that I didn't mind going against Legion. That was my belief at the time. This is my third Legion game today. And I have to say, each and every single time, I felt upset that I was going against the Legion. Michaela! Wow, she just does not know what she's doing. I didn't realize. I did not realize. I didn't like going against Legion. Even though I kind of feel like it's really Legion's really counterable, right? I must take this gen. Okay, if he picks, I go for the pool. He does pick. He's checking the gen. This was... He's not checking this gen. Okay. Okay. Oh, he is checking this gen. I need to run. No, he's going for Michaela in main. I mean, her first chase was not good. I think she went for the unhook. She did. She got it. Okay. I got a gen done. Oh my god, we have another gen with progress here. That's my first gen. Nah, it's not looking bad. I have to be honest. It's not looking bad at all. Yeah, like I was saying, the Legion is very counterable, I feel. And I don't mind the mending. It does cost a lot of time taking away from gens, though. I don't like that. Oh, back in the basement. Okay. Well, maybe we can heal because someone needs to go for this unhook. I don't mind if it's me, but I can't do it injured. That's a throw. Okay. I go safe. He's camping this. No, they're on... Oh, he's coming back. I'm still saving. I'm going to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to save this. Michaela should be far enough away. Oh! I take this hit. It's okay. We go, we go, we go, we go, we go, we go. Oh, the way that I thought that I was walking somewhere and then I wasn't? It's crazy. I ran into a wall, guys. Alright. He's not chasing the Lara. He's chasing me. So I go away from the gens. And I try to last. And I'm gonna do that by running into a wall. Oh! I forgot he had Bam Bam and he was coming back to this window. I was overthinking it, guys. The only points from doing challenges now because of the blood cap. Wish it if they would lift it the cap. How many are you at, Colonel? That is such... I see a lot of people that do that, Colonel, and I kind of see the appeal, but it's such a pity if you're at cap and you're playing games and you're not getting your points for it. Would you actually, if they would go up to 100 million, would you just leave it sitting there until you had 100 million? Because it's such a long time without spending points. You don't get your medkits, you don't get your add-ons, your toolboxes. Hello. I don't know what that was, but it's funny. I can appreciate funny. I suppose we're 3 gent on the other side. Is someone back at Class Gen? No, Michaela is lurking for a save. Oh man, they were all there! Michaela got hit! And then now the Laura died and all that. You're on 32 million, Colonel! I don't know, gamer. It's kind of impressive, but also 32 million. Yeah, I met a streamer last month through the Women's Guild. She was on, I think she was on like 75 million. I'm lying. Maybe it was 57. And I asked her about it because I was like, do you not mind that you're not, you know? Oh, shit. I go pick her. That you don't... She said, no, I just play Megan. That's the only character I play. I don't need to change my builds. I like the build that I have. It's fine. And honestly, for me... Oh. It wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. Hold on, gamers. I am looking for this Noed. I assume she's right there next to it. I'm gonna do this gate. Because why not? It gives us at least one gate. She can recover, she can crawl. I have Wiglif, I can pick her again. No one has to be there. Ah, it's right there. Okay. Let's see if we can get a 3-man out here. That was a hell of a skill check. The gate's ready, gamer. Do you want me to open it? I mean, I don't know if he knows that I have Wiglif. I don't know if I can save Klaus now. Yeah. I heal Michaela, she takes a hit. That's the play, right? I heal you. You have to take a hit for this man. Hold on. Hey, Micah, guess what? Guess what, Nana? What? Tell me. Oh my god. Yeah, we make this. We should be good here. Oh my god, 3 men out after all that? That's GG's. You still have no commands? Someone's really upset. I mean... Fire up. Blood Warden? Nah, he's upset. What happened to your mom, Nena? That person that, you made moderator was, they knew so much. They seem to know so much about commands and stuff. Did you not end up... Did you not end up doing anything? Tim! Yeah, I know. Oh, they're now in Connecticut. Yeah, they were in New York still last time when we were chatting. Like, what the fuck? You've got 42 P12 now? Oh, yes, Colonel. I remember you were leveling them all even. And when a new character came, you would get them up to the same prestige. But, like, with your system, Colonel, you need your points from the game, no? I know you're at 32, but, like... Holy hell. What a grind. You're giving them some time to settle in, of course. And with the break, I've not been feeling good enough to stream. I understand that, because that takes a lot out of you, and then it's not going to be great to stream, right? I mean, I was totally just bullying when I was making fun of your of you not having commands, and we were just all like, we all came together and started naming all the commands you don't have. It was just kind of like bullying. You don't need commands, gamer. I guess it's deserved for the bullying and scares. I guess, Nana, sometimes you get to a point... I hear something. This is not good. Oh, yeah, I fucked it. Oh, yeah, I fucked it. Oh, I'm alright. Oh, yes. What's happening? What am I doing? Why is everything going... Yeah, there are problems. Oh, life! Into a god pallet. I deserve this god pallet. I'm stuck! I'll stay downstairs. I see Klaus on a gen here. I don't know what I'm running into. Okay, I have another pallet here. Oh, this pallet is so ass. Well, it's gone now. No, he knew! I tried. At least no surge. And we get some gens here. Claudette missed a skill check. Yeah, what I was saying, Nana, sometimes you get comfortable somewhere. Comfortable enough to joke around, right? Sketch deserves it because he dishes that out like there's no tomorrow. Okay, W, good enough chase. 3 gens done. Now what? I'm gonna get tunneled, no? Ah, he's busy. Am I running into him? No. I mean a little bit. Ah! Interesting hook. I assume he's with Claudette, because she left her gen. Granny, thank you for the relurk. It's good, I want people to be comfortable. Exactly. And that's you breathe that message in your stream, right? So people can get comfortable. That's the gen's been done. Where's the gens? Oh. Did I end up doing this gen? I did not. I did in fact not end up doing this gen. This Wraith is not as good as the one we had earlier on RPD. Okay. One more gen to go. 2 hooks in. Are we gonna get hit with Noette again? Is Claudette still in chase? I hope she doesn't go here because this is the only gen with progress. Elodie has not been on a gen. Alright, that's unlucky. Nice, good stun and a blind. Double blind. Kicks the gen. Oh. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. Nice effort. I think if I drop this, it's over. So I kinda... Yeah. I'm just gonna keep going.
Attention alien army, we do have
Oh!
a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Nah, there's no way. Hi, Vitor. Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How
Vitor
was
rated your
Pokemon?
channel with 4 viewers.
How are you? Thank you so much for coming in. Feature raid. Hi, Olivia. Welcome in. Hi, Ted. I hope everyone's doing well. We are doing good. We are doing good. We're playing some DBD today. Olivia, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. Why do we keep going? Towards the one gen that we're trying to
Olivia
do.
followed your channel.
It's been good, so glued at the moment. It's such a good game, though. We love Pokemon. Oh, I got scared. We're going back to the gym. That Claudette's really good. She's got this, I believe. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you so much for taking your community here. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Feature and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for behavior for Dead by Daylight. I'm a survivor main. I have ATP 100s. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. It's not nowhere to hide. I think he's following Klaus' scratch marks. Oh! Fuck, I already dropped this. That's so... Okay, where am I going? Oh, I'm going towards the gen. I kind of wanted this. I already dropped this. Hold on. Huh! I hope that... Okay, at least there's a vault here. I hope there's a pellet here. Yes, they're coming to take hits! Wait, are they? Do I make this? Take multiple hits! Beautiful! Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful. Let's go! Teamwork! Gamers, we're doing so well. Hey, Georgie. Welcome in. Nah, Klaus is so fucking cracked. I love gaming with him. So good. Vitor, I understand if you need to raid and run. Please look after yourself after your stream. And, Claudette makes it too. Wonderful. 4 men out. That was a good game. GG. It was quite fun. Hope the match has been going well. It has been well. It has been going well. I love gaming with Klaus. He's so good at this game. It's such an honor to be duo streaming with him. For the second, well, the third time. Second time didn't really count. that's for the second time. Klaus is correct. Now it really is. I really enjoy gaming with him. How are you feeling, Georgie? Today? Do you got anything planned? Are you still like, do you have any scrimming or any tourney stuff? How did Mori tournament go for you? I did not follow that tournament at all. I should have paid more attention maybe. You're big chilling just at work? Okay, cool, 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 perfect. Oh, that was the top 8. I remember you saying that in the Discord, but I didn't realize what top 8 of what. I'm still learning. No win this time around, but still good. Very good. You should play. I did register, Georgie. I registered for the next one. Courtney was nice enough to send it to me. When she saw the registration for the fall Mori tournament, online, she forwarded it to me. I was very grateful. I went ahead and signed up. I don't know how it goes, but yeah, I've signed up. That's all I can do, right? Yes, W. Yeah, I'm excited. We will see. You definitely get in a promising invite by the end of the month. Oh my god. Nervous. That's so soon though for a fall tournament. I mean, I've been saying at the beginning of the stream, we're literally a month away from anniversary. I have 3 weeks. What? Ghoul? No. I was saying I have 3 weeks until I have my big work project, my event. That's gonna take me at least a 50-hour work week in the last week of May. Then straight into TwitchCon. I'm gonna be so exhausted. And then straight into a plane to Montreal for the DBD anniversary. I'm gonna go see family as well. I'm going to Montreal for 2 weeks. Like, there's no time. And then I'm locking myself in my house for 3 weeks for DBD anniversary. And then, yeah, I guess it's, and by then it's summer. I think it was Jill that said, friends, it's cool on easy mode or something. Oh, I forgot I was exposed. Oh my god, agitation. Why are you walking so wonky? Why is she walking so wonky? Maybe next month. Captain drafts in July and then August. Okay, okay. Cool, wow, exciting. Where's the tentacles? Klaus was just saying that. Did you hear that? Ah, funny. Oh, where's her tentacles? You saw that they were gone on the screen. Look, look, look. Oh, they're... Yeah. Oh, yeah. There's something going on with this gamer. Oh, Klaus was saying it as well. He said, where's her tentacles? Something is up with this gamer. Like, actually. She forgot to bring them. She's killing it though. Okay, I mean, mending is mending. I can't do anything about that. Thank you for saving me. She's only got the trial version of the Rise. She didn't pay the full thing. Yeah, she's on trial. Has to be. Alright, centipede. You're back, Vitor? Oh my god, Sabo? Holy hook, Sabo! You got enough every shot to buy me Survivor Quan? Let's go! Why me, bro? I don't know. Why am I doing these things? Why do I do these things? Bro, what did she hit me with? Her tentacle is not even there. You'll like Quan, Vitor. The movement's really nice. He's got some really good skins. The perks are great. I like all of them. I still run 5 moves ahead. Any new chapter before anniversary? There will be a release, a new chapter for anniversary. Yes, Colonel. Are we? Wow, I mean, we're just dying. Yeah, V's out. I don't know, bro. I am friends again. Shit. I don't know what to do, honestly. Hi, Fade. Lucky. I'm so trash against Ghoul. Are you getting some scrims in today, Fade? How was last night? I was watching in the VC. What? 10 minutes after I left, you got a group together? I was like, oh man. Oh shit, I'm so dead. I'm gonna send back this man. Hold on. Oh my god! Why am I falling? I'm just dead. No, I'm good. Hold on. Pellets. GG, no pellets. Save me! Nope. Unlucky. Yeah, I can't with Ghoul. I can't. Ghoul is hard to verse sometimes. It can be very overwhelming. They bounce it around? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you should do some scrim? Okay, cool. Just anniversary now, 16 days till first teaser reveal, then 20 till P. Yeah, I thought PTB was May 26. I think someone said. Everyone got on the second after I left. That is so unlucky. It's just the timing right now because I've got so many collabs planned because of 2v8. I'm glad that class didn't ask for 2v8. Oh, that's the 20 days? Oh yeah, it's the 6th today. Oh, yes. It's just unlucky timing. Obviously, with the travel was unlucky timing already with me going away the weekend, trying to get to know yous. And now with the collabs, I'm around tomorrow. I'm making time tomorrow. Oh no, they're stream sniping. Hello? Yes, he is stream sniping. Free from 2v8? Yeah. I love playing Killer with my friends, but I am so trash at Killer. I am so trash at Killer, I get so frustrated. Well, so I don't know what was happening here. It was a stream snipe and a half. Alright, we're back. I don't know about light, guys. I don't feel like I'm getting a whole lot of value. I want to put out less than, but I'm gonna make a fool of myself probably. I go botany, I don't know. I don't feel like I've had trouble healing, but I don't know. Sketch just whiffed like 10 times in a row? Is he not locked in? The thing that throws me off 2v8 is no chase music. You love the chase theme so much. Yeah. Because it's, yeah. It feels wrong. I mean, there's multiple problems, I think, with 2v8. Use DS, Dead Hard Plot Twist, a brand new part, and Deja. I really like my Wiglif though. Wait. Wait. Did I just say wait? Fade. And I'm not a plot twist gamer. So, and Dead Art. I am gonna make an ass of myself here. Decisive Strike? I mean, I'm not saying it's not a strong build. It's definitely a strong build. I can't do plot twist. It's above my pay grade, guys. I keep my Wiglif. You hit these Dead Arts? Oh, you're gonna be laughing very soon, gamer. Don't worry about it. Unique build? Yeah, so I've seen Slay do it, right? Okay, we do it for one plot twist. Oh, this is gonna be so bad. So it's like I've seen Slay do it, right? And I've seen Clove do it as well in Comp. So you do it after unhook because you get DS, and then you go into a pallet and you drop. If the killer comes to pick you, you have DS. If they don't pick you, you get up with plot twist. I don't know. I'm gonna be so mad if the killer... I'm gonna be so mad if the killer slugs classed and I can't save him because I don't have Wiglif. Although, to be honest, I think I've only so far had one valuable Wiglif pickup. It was in the against that Angry Legion. Not unique meta. It is meta. But also it's like, it's for cracked gamers. I'm just a simple gen smasher, you know? Okay. Oh, they're already in chase. Good, good, good. I can do my gens. I love doing gens. Do you run this build in pubs, Fade? Oh, Blight. Oh, I'm gonna need my dead art. Watch it. Watch it happen. This is pain res, right? No. Okay. Oh no. Barbecue? Oh no. I need to leave. I'm already missing my, oh, this is an LT. He's just gonna wait for his charges, no? No, I deserve this! Well, this is a problem. Yeah. Damn. The ghoul wasn't stream sniping. He's your boyfriend, and I was watching the stream. He was just looking around and heard moans in the locker because it's pretty loud. Sebi, I appreciate you coming in. The thing is, they were across the map. Let me visualize this. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm just trying to reconstruct, what do I say? Remember the game. So they were across the map when they went into the locker. I don't think they had a way of knowing they were there. The only thing that I could imagine, but it's still kind of random, is they went to check on the progress of the gen, and when the time they got by the locker, then they heard the pain. But it still seems a bit of a stretch, but I believe you if you say they weren't stream sniping. It looked like a stream snipe at the time. Ryan, were you our ghoul? GG, well played. It looked really funny our end because there were no tentacles on our screen. You were just walking around like Rize in a white dress. And the animation... the animation of carrying a survivor was kind of strange. I'm not blaming for thinking of stream sniping. It was pretty sus, but it was just an accident. Alright, these things happen. I've seen Stranger Things. In DBD. Wink, wink. Have nice games. Thank you, you guys too. I don't know if you're still gaming or if you're just watching. Either way. GG's. Go get your blood points. Have fun, and whether you're playing more 1v4 or 2v8. What survivors don't I have? I have everyone, Fade. But I don't have everyone prestige. So I think my 11 is still like pointless. Haha, pointless. And like my Trevor is P1. V is P2. Oh man, I shouldn't have said anything, right? Alright, we're going in perkless. Perkless, itemless, add-onless 11. Problem. I need to not be... Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, fuck off. Are you kidding me? Okay, I have to remember to hit dead art. Guys, I don't know which button Dead Hard is because of this fucking Xbox controller. Okay, I found the button. I pressed 2 buttons. The first one was early. It was the wrong button. The second one would have been on time if I'd found the right button. And the third one, which was the actual button of Dead Hard, was very poorly timed. So,
Skavi followed your channel.
Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support. Listen. Let me explain to you, okay? With the updates, the 2v8 updates, when all the stuff got fucked with the sound and stuff, my controller settings in-game changed to Xbox controller when I'm on PlayStation controller. I tried to fix it. I swear to God. Everything on Steam is set to PlayStation controller. Everything, all the buttons is there. I keep resetting my game. I'm checking. It says PlayStation. I'm resetting it. PlayStation. I go in game. Fucking Xbox controls. I don't know which one is Dead Hard, honestly. No DS. Sad times. Alright, I can heal. Oh, this was... Okay, he's got the... Class got the save. Wait, no, that's... Oh my god! I need to pay attention. I'm throwing this game so hard right now. Alright, I should have been on gates. If I hadn't missed the skill checks, I could have been better, but I was not paying attention. I was still looking at Klaus' stream, but the delay on there... I thought he was going for the unhook, but it was literally him unhooking me while I was already healing at check. I need to refresh that shit. We'll play a game of 11, and then I'm going back to this... Who's here? Who am I taking hits? I missed my bond! It's here. It's here. Oh. Okay. Yeah, and then I want to give this build another try because it didn't really work. First of all, because of the Dead Hard button situation. Second, because of the blights. Oh, class out. Where is Nia? Here. Oh, we better take this hit. Oh, we better take this hit. Oh, we better take this hit. Yep. GG. It happened to you. It's a bug. Ah. Oh. It's, yeah, I hope it gets fixed. Lethal and Barbecue P100 Blights. GG's. Alright. This is 11, right? Yeah, I have nothing going on. I have 1 perk slot. Can I bring 1 perk, Fate? Or is it like, nah? And apparently, I have a key and 5 beams. I don't know. I can bring a perk. Okay, what do I bring, though?
I remember fog.
No, this is fine. I'm up for a funny game. I don't know, man. Oh shit, I have no time. I'm running out. I bring light. I bring light and a beam. I don't know. It's light and a beam. No, I need my points for my P100s, Fate. I'm working on getting through. I want to pop. Well, I wanted to pop 4 P100s during anniversary, but I don't think I can. Because I'm behind on my prestiging. So we've got Talita P80. She'll stay there. Yeah, thank you, love. Thank you. Okay, do you have a chance to snooze? I only have 1 snooze left. Oh, you've got 1? Ah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe we quickly.
I must escape.
Maybe we could quickly do these gens and get out. It's corrupt. We're not doing gens. We're not doing gens. Well, someone's fucked over there. And I have no terror radius. Oh, is this another stealth killer on fucking the game? Wait till the last second? Okay, okay. Thank you for the lurk refresh, and I hope your food is good. Yeah, so I've got Talita's P80, so I'll get her P100 during anniversary so I can get cakes on her. Megan is P70 right now. I'm close to 4 million blood points. When I get to 5 mil, I'm putting it into Megan. That gets her 75. I want to get Megan P80 as well. And then I have a P50 Dwight. Which I kind of also want to make Oni. Oh. I'm really trash against Oni, guys. Oh my god! Well, GG's. I hate Oni, man. Eleven should just use her power and kill the killers. I think it's a good idea. Stealth build? Silent Chainsaw Billy? I wouldn't have mind Chainsaw Billy. I don't like only. Uh-oh. I'm saying only again. I like only. I don't like Oni. I should have... I mean, it's fine. They picked me. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Yeah, and then, so I was kind of working, because... Gamer! What is that laggy ass hit, yo? Why is he constantly silent? What does that have to do with anything? And I only have pretty much, under 4 weeks left to get all the prestiges in that I wanted. So it looks like I will be popping 2 P100s during anniversary. It will be Talita and Megan. Maybe Dwight as a 3rd, and then I'll be getting Adam up there. Maybe if I get Adam to P80, I can P100 him after anniversary, and then I still have my 4. But yeah, I was expecting to have more progress after the Blood Moon than I actually had. Unlucky. Do you think I can go pull this? Is he here? Yes. Ah, okay. So Klaus is saying Tinker. Bird of Chase. Oh, well, she's dead. Unlucky. We do lots of Oni screenshots. You don't? I know. I want to, Fade. It's literally, my calendar is so full. I just want to do a lot of things. I just want to do so many things. We played against, we had Oni games last week, right? When we got absolutely rolled. And I think Rain was like trying to manage. Oh my god, if he comes here, I'm cooked. Ah! I got scared. I don't know what I'm doing, honestly. Oh! Well, it worked. It kinda worked. There's no way he can make this, right? He makes that. Look at me zooming on the floor. You're on 11 as well, Colonel? I'm even too busy for my duo. Loft's not joking, guys. I called him on when did we speak on the phone? It was after the Alt League set. On Sunday when I was in England, and I was like, I miss you so much. He said, yeah, you have no time. I really don't have time. I don't even have time for my duo. I just want to do a lot of things. Selling lows, giving free tags. We're getting better against them though. Good. Yeah, we were selling. It's a nice environment though that you provide, because I want to learn and be better, you know? You gotta walk that down, right, Avian? Is that how you play Oni? Oh no. It's a good job, I'm understanding, and I haven't replaced her yet. I remember a stream title when I was in San Diego, Loft. You were literally taking people on. Nah, for real, neglected as hell. Poor Micah's duo. Almost replaced. Never replaced, though. I don't know what I'm doing. Do I even have anything here? Okay, Klaus got the save. Hi, Lucky. Welcome in. What was you saying about Rain before? Rain tried to manage how we played the Oni set. Don't come here. Fong, please. He knows, doesn't he? I'm so cooked. I just dropped this. I don't know. Damn, he's just better. I don't know what to tell you. He's just better. How are you today, Lucky? Yeah. I think we snooze because it's not over yet. Thank you, Loft. He's good with power. Yeah, he's clever. He's clever. I'm making it too easy. Like, there's no mind games. I just vault the pallet and he's like, he already knows. Oh, it was a plot twist. Okay, we're cooking. Hold on, we're not ready yet. Oh, hi. Yeah, this whole map is, there's blood everywhere. Where is my gen, guys? Am I running? Bro. You kidding me? Whose medkit is this? W medkit. Hold on. He doesn't know, right? I think he knows. No. Okay, I got a god pallet here. Please don't be closed door here. Please don't be closed door here. Okay, the door is open. Good, good, good. I run. I have another pallet here. I'm not dropping it. It's not hard to be good with Oni's power. I mean, that's true. However, he's playing it well. Is that a gen over there? It is a gen. Is Klaus on this gen? That gen is done. GG. This gen is done. Oh! Okay, I go downstairs. I don't know. There's a gen. Is this build new meta? Yes! Yes, Jill. Get on this build. It's the perkless, I mean not perkless, I guess I got one perk. Green beam, no add-ons. Taking notes, yes, yes. It was a suggestion from Fade. They chose my survivor. Very clever. After I had given them some information about the prestiges on my current survivors, which led to my own downfall, playing 11, which I've never played before, by the way, with one perk. But if I escape this game, which it's looking like I will, I think we should all look at running. Oh my god, Class got chased off the gen. We should all look at this build. Yes, I think that's what we should be doing. Do you remember, guys, who was here last year when I streamed with Klaus and we were on this map against a ghoul and it was just the two of us left. We had people DCing, bots were dying, I'm dying. No. We were 2 people left with 3 gens. And Klaus looped that ghoul while I did single-handedly the last 3 gens and we got a 2-man out. That was insane. He fucked that ghoul up. Loft remembers. I don't know. Problems. I don't want to leave him! But there's nothing I can do here. It happened to you on this map too against the Billy? Really? Were you two left? And were you looping? Oh, sorry guys, we're gonna get hit with an ad. What's the plan? Are we saving? Does he want a Kobe? It's not good, is it? I mean, we're gonna have to do something. Oh, if she takes a hit here, we're fucked. I don't know, gamers! I don't think it's gonna be good. I don't know, gamers. Klaus is back on the other gates. I'm out. He's chasing Feng. I wait here. I don't know. Oh, man. Unlucky. 2 men out after all that? I'm not mad about it. That is rough. Fogbite, how are you? Welcome in. Sorry, that was chaotic games. Yeah, it was Secret Project with DMS Thrilling. I did not notice that. They got a perfect score, 40,000 points. Leave, take the chance. Yeah, I was thinking about it, and then the Feng healed me, and I was like, we go for it. Okay, back on the Dead RDS, guys. We try. Thank you for the redeem, Fate. That was interesting. Jill, did you put in your notes that you escape? You bring life, green beam on 11. It's new meta. It's GG easy. Everybody 2 men out. You got it? Okay, good, good, good. Life got me to the door, it did. Wait, what were you saying about Rain? Who was Rain? Some fun. What do you mean who was Rain? It's a gamer that I game with, that I met 2 weeks ago. One son fun? Welcome in. They were trying to teach me about scrimming against an Oni. So I was trying to learn. But we were dying because that killer was really good, but also they were on hella ping. So it was rough. It was rough. Happy Wednesday. Welcome in. How is your day going? Fogbite, how was your day? I assume you're home again after work. How is 2v8 treating you this week, Fogbite? Same old, same old. Who is Rain? Imagine. Nah, you know all about Rain. Hey, yo, Kate. Was there a Kate in our game? I assume. Sorry, I was just yapping. Welcome in. Let's have a good game. You've only played a couple times. It's 2v8. Pretty fun, but I think I'm over it now. I'm over it too for some reason, and it's so weird. Because I love 2v8, and I was so happy with Torchbearer class last time. I got so many flashbang saves. I got better with beam saves. And I played yesterday, and I was like, And I played Monday when I got home from London, and I was like, I'm just really happy that Class wanted to play. They just played 1v4. Oh, no. I mean, Lick. I have to practice Lick. Lich. Unlucky, Kate. Next time. Someone crashed. You always look forward to 2v8 coming out when it does. I've had enough after a couple of sessions. If I have time next week, Fogbite, I join you for games if you're on. Yeah, have a good time. Have good games, Flair. I appreciate you stopping by. Have good games. I've just been so busy. We've got really cool collabs next week, guys. We've got... do you guys want a sneak peek? Monday, we're duo gaming 2v8 with Pop-Up Thor. He's the killer main, so I have high expectations. While I'm also there. My zombies do the work. That's the plan. Tuesday, we're with Sean. Wednesday, we're with Infinite G with Wahana. Saturday looks like maybe Lake. I was still in touch with Jiggle Death, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Maybe Sunday. Then Monday we're with Hex. So lots of 2v8 games to be had. But outside of the collabs, I'm gonna try and pop in Fogbite. Saturday it looks like we're gaming with Sunny. You're a blind main, so you can't play killer. You can't play killer and survivor. It's so bad. Oh wait, you feel like you're a blind main? I can't play killer. Oh, and oh, you can't play killer and survivor is so bad. I understand. Yes. How do you feel after the changes, Fate, on Blight? Is that why you feel like you can't? You should stream scrims? I'm thinking about it, Fate. I was thinking about it. Oh my god. I leave. Did someone run back into... Okay, that was a sandbag. Sorry. Guys, why am I always sandbagging classed? I don't know. Hello! Survivors ask, because you get tagged team, then blind nerf is so bad. Yes, I understood. It took me a second, but I understood what you meant. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Yeah, but like I said, the thing is with this coming week and a half, with all the... I planned so many collabs for 2v8. I wasn't gonna fit it in, which is definitely a me issue. I wonder about scrims though. Like, sometimes you guys... Ah, that's pain res. Didn't someone rage quit? Oh shit, was that you? I try to follow the chats when I'm not there. You guys yell at each other sometimes. I don't know if it makes for good content. Yeah, I'm hearing Klaus complain about it, Jill. I don't know if I know what that means or how to play against it. Oh my god, that Rebecca just got... Holy wolf jump! I don't know if I know how to play against it, but yeah, I heard I have Klaus in my headset. Nah, we don't yell, we come. I believe you. Just send a pellet and don't move to the side where he holds the flames. Okay. You have to gamble when the dodge. Okay. Instead of pre-dodge, because that's what the zoning is. Okay. Guys, I feel so embarrassed when I tell people that I have 8,000 hours in this game. And then you guys are teaching me about these things and I'm like, I feel so stupid. Like, everybody expects an 8K hour gamer to be cracked. And then there's me. And I'm like, oh, I don't know how to play against an Oni. I don't know what zoning, holding the fire and the zoning means. I feel so dumb. Move! Yeah, I really don't play killer. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, hello. Oh my god, why am I running into everyone? Did I send back Klaus again? Comp is very different. I know. I want to learn. Oh shit. Oh, he dropped this already. I forgot. Shit. Shit! Oh, man. I forgot. Klaus already dropped that pellet. If you want to play 2v8 with me this time or next time this mode is on, we'll be happy to. I love that, Colonel. I would love that. It looks like probably Monday and maybe Tuesday, probably Wednesday. I'll be hopping on early before my collab, and we'll do open lobbies, 2v8. Anyone can join. Yeah, I want to learn more about comp. I just need to play more, but I also want to stream, and then I want these collabs. I just want too many things. I'm still working this month. Okay, I have to remember about Dead Art. Can you see me? Oh. Oh, I should have gone for the save. I'm dumb. I have a problem. I am so stupid, guys. I almost hit my Dead Art. I made a mistake because I was stuck in my head about comp. I should have gone for the save on the Sable when the Rebecca was being chased. Because Klaus was trying to get the last gen done. Oh, now she's dead. Oh. He's gotta go for the gen. He did. Ah, he went back to Rebecca. Comp is fun. I think it's fun. I wonder how long you can do it though before you get really bored and frustrated and upset with everything. Okay. Bro, we had this in the bag and then I threw so hard. Faith, did you ever hear back about that tournament that got postponed? Oh my god. Oh my god! Yeah, it rescheduled to the 17th. Oh no. I know. This is why. I get so embarrassed. I get so embarrassed. I don't know, man. Fire everywhere! No fire? Oh. Nah, it's because you guys are distracting me. I know I can do better than this. I promise. We have 3 survivors and a killer. I can play on the 17th, Fade. I have nothing going on. I don't know if you want me though. Don't judge this game. I promise I can play Eternity with you guys. It's okay if you want another one. It's okay if you want someone else. I'm just saying. I am available, technically. Yeah, but it's 16 and 17, right? What time on 16? Cause 16? Oh, evening? Oh yeah, I can totally play. God pellet, please. No God pellets. Was it not here? No! Oh my god, everything is gone! Everything is gone, y'all. Don't be here, don't be here, don't be here. Nice. Okay, I hit my dead art. I know which button it is, guys. I know which button it is. Hold on. No! Shit! I can't judge when to do it if he does the stupid dog. Boring. I messed up. I mean, I deserve that. I played really bad. If he had, like, dashed the dog at me when we were coming from main around the corner, I would have hit the dead art. Best believe. Best believe. I would have hit it. Okay, which... GG, good scrim. Okay. I don't know. I fucked it up. Man, the dead arts. I couldn't hit it. I said stream. So the problem with streaming tournaments is, one, I get very stressed and very nervous. And that's not a fun thing to watch on stream. 4 medkits again. And the Sable's back. Do you think she wants to play with us again, or is she gonna dodge? Guys, it's the same Sable. She's readied up. She wants to play with us again. After that performance? Are you kidding me? I would dodge. I would be like, this Yunjin. She's hella shit. Hey, GG! Dracula. Plank 228. GG, well played. Nah, one of my gamers suggested I put on Dead Hard. If you had used the Wolf Dash when we came out from main around the corner to the gate, I would have hit the Dead Hard. It's hard for me toxic in endgame. It's your choice, gamer. It wouldn't be my choice. I think it was a good game. What the fuck is this Yunjin? Why is this Dwight calling me out? He doesn't know that I'm a duo. And that I already played with the Sable. They said, what the fuck is this Yunjin? They said. Playing GG's, well played. I hope the rest of your games go well. I appreciate you stopping by. It was a good game. I missed a lot of skill checks. I'm not gonna lie. I could have done better. You play scrims with comp people. That means you're comp and you're in a comp team. That's very nice of you to say, Fade. I kind of maybe put the bar a little bit too high for myself. I think I'm only comp when I'm doing well in comp. And I'm not doing well a lot. Sometimes I do well. I feel when I got gen rushed. Yeah, I know. A lot of gens were popping quickly. I understand that. Even though I wouldn't choose to hump a Survivor WS, even if I got gen rushed. You do you, Yar. I am not great against Nurse. Why do I keep saying that I'm not great against killers? Every killer we get. It's not very comp of him that he's going towards the 3-gen and not back to Corrupt area. Okay, I do this gen. Hold W. Watch her blinks and run into her when she holds. Okay, I can do that. Oh. She's got nowhere to hide, right? The only problem is... if it's a good nurse, I got nothing. She's a good... Nah, I just die. Oh! Jiggy! Oh shit, this is a wall. Holy, she almost still made that. What is that lunge? Are we on like Azeroth resting place or something? Nah. She predicted where I was going. I should have held W, didn't I? Clash actually sent your stream profile the other day. That is so cool. I think I saw that. That is a coincidence. The lunge add-on. Oh. Yeah, that was almost GG. The old Adam would have ate. Hi, also. I remember, of course. I was ranting at our game when you played us, when you were Oni. Not because of you, but because I hate Oni. We already had an Oni today. I was ranting as well. And then we had such a nice conversation, and then you watched the VOD and you were like, why were you yelling? And I'm like, oh, sorry, gamer. It's because I hate Oni. Welcome in. How are you? Are you playing 2v8? Or are you playing regular? Or are you chilling? Yeah, Fade. I was yapping about streaming tourneys. So one, I get stressed and nervous, so it doesn't make for great content. And two, there's so much waiting. There's so much waiting. You're waiting in between games, and then you're waiting in the lobby, and then you have to send your build, and it's more waiting, and then somebody can't get in the lobby, and it's more waiting. It's not great to stream. Then you have to worry about stream sniping and a delay. I don't know if I know how to do that. I don't know. It's definitely possible, but it's not at the top of my list. Why did you hate him? He's the best. Oh, you're on vacation? Okay, cool. No, I don't like Oni. How was your vacation in Greece? It was really nice, Hauso. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, I went to Crete in Greece for 5 weeks in January with my husband. It was really a good time. The weather was nice. We did have some rain and some storms, but that's just because of the island weather, you know? Do you want to heal? Yeah? This Yun Jin is good enough for you now, isn't it, Dwight? The food was great. The people were wonderful. And we had a really good trip. People don't stream sniping comp. We just got accused of stream sniping on Sunday, Fade, when I was playing with Die for Cheese. Oh, shit. I don't think I should go in a corner. Oh, I'm so cooked. Hold on. We have a really good gen spread. No. Okay, at least we have a really good gen spread. I should not be going back into her. Have I learned nothing? I didn't double back this time, did I? I'm running out of options and I don't want to send back last. W Despot. Oh shit! I'm running back into her. W. Holding W. Yeah, we were playing. I mean, I wasn't playing. I was in London. I was hanging out in the Discord. And our killer main did a really good reset. They found the reset away from the gens, and we watched back the VOD, and they literally accused him of stream sniping, even though he was like actively playing killer in that game. Like, where do you find the time to stream snipe? Where is the gates? Is it here? I have dead arts. I have to remember. Oh, we make it. Wait, do we make it? Yes. I pressed the wrong button again. This wasn't the dead art. Jill, which button is dead art? Okay, this wasn't too bad. This wasn't too bad. If a nurse is good, I don't know how to play, but this was alright. Ah, it's Dwight is back. Let me go. What a weird looking Dwight. Okay, I need to spell it right. Otherwise, let me give him back the medicine that he gave me. Let's see what he says. Let me see what he says. Damn. Oh, now we have 2. You were saying? Again with the ugly Jin. Nah, he's just coming right back. Damn. Rage bait. No, I'm not gonna say rage bait. I'm just gonna go damn. I love doing the quest. Only way to get the points for me. Do you even have any quests left, Colonel? I thought you finished all the tome challenges. Guys, thanks for hanging out today. I'm really having a lot of fun. I mean, it helps that I really enjoy playing with class. Oh, what is that? Another Wesker? I go to 11. We spawned 12 indeed. Hey, you Fade! Look at you and your clock! Let's go! You're getting this now. Have you been practicing? Oh no, the weird looking Dwight just got clocked by a Wesker. Pain Rest DMS. I think. Oh. Is he coming 11? No. 3gen is main, 5 and 6. Yeah, maybe 4. But, nah, maybe 5. Excellent, Fade. Excellent. Sometimes I find it's hard to see when it's like further away. But 100% the accurate area. Look at you go, Fade. Let's find out. Who's on this gen? Nobody. It is 5 and 6. W gen callouts, Fade. You hate doing RAS sets on DDS? Really? I love doing any kind of scrim on this map. I feel so comfortable here. It's this one in Cold Tower that I've probably scrimmed the most. I think I have to go for the save, no? Oh, he's gonna cut me off. I can't go. I'll turn around. Glass can go, right? He's found my gen. No, now he's going back to hook. We popped 2 gens here. Cold Tower is nice. It's so good for raid. Have you ever scrimmed Lich Fate on this map with the elevation differences? The little steps over here, over at main, over at check. The little scullies. It had me pulling out my hair when I'm scrimming. I can't make this. I don't know if that was a pallet save or not. This is pain res. I'm sick. It's not pain res. I'm fine. Why am I panicking? I trade this. And I take chase. I don't know. I help? Heal? Is he coming back? No. Does he need a heal? I don't know. Use my med kits. I do a gen. He's looking. I'm here. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! No, I killed him! Fuck. I tried. He's gonna yell at me in endgame. He is so gonna yell at me in endgame. He is so gonna yell at me in endgame. Fuck, it's always the fucking streamers. You're so bad. You should uninstall. Behavior gave you Twitch shirt. They should take it from you. You're so bad at this game. I can hear it now. Screaming Lich on Ormond. Ormond Lake Mine? I did a lot of Ormond Lake Mine as well. That's, what was that? Enduring? Spirit Fury? I thought we had all the perks. I thought they said ban. Dissolution. Unlucky. Holy what? That body was well in between us. I got him, he still died. Yeah, but that was because he grabbed with the power. He grabbed the Dwight and smashed him into me. If only he would have run in a straight line, I would have gone around and taken that hit. But he ran into me because we went the same way. He's coming back, him. Is he chasing? Yeah. I don't know what I have here. I'm just running away. Oh, I have to go run back into him. That is so unlucky. Nice. Oh, shit! Oh, I have DS still. Wait.
Poor performance.
Hold on, I hit my DS. I can hit my skill checks. Don't worry about it. Okay, where am I going? I have my dead art. Jill! Which button is dead art? I'm dropping check here, hold on. He had to leave Chase! I win! Jill, are you here? Which button is dead hard? Okay. I thought it was Terminus, but I got blind. I don't know why. I think it's square. Uh-oh. I did not think he would grab me here. I would have hit my dead art, but I thought I had time. I didn't. What? Oh, I'm blind. Where is this gate? Water tower. Okay. Oh shit, Dwight's here. I have BT, hold on. Oh well, BT's gone now. I'm at the wrong side. Oh no! I can't hit. I don't know. None of the buttons I pressed were dead art, bro. None of the buttons I pressed, none of them was dead hard. Bamboozle. GG, no pellets. Ho! I'm going the wrong way. What a demon! Dwight, you need to take hits! For classed! Okay, which button is dead art? Oh my god, I accidentally put down my spray! Oh, the panic was real. Hold on. Cutie. Even? W team? Even if you're a Jin. I don't know. Nah, this Dwight's funny. I still don't know which button dead art is. How can I find out? Controls. Survivor. Actions. Secondary actions. Active ability? X? I feel like I pressed all of the buttons. I still don't know which one dead art is. Okay, let's look up what an Xbox controller looks like. Hold on, let me say GG2. Classed. Okay, Xbox controller. Okay, A is X. But I feel when I pressed X, I put my item down. That was a bit scary. It was a tiny bit scary. The Milestone Rift Pass daily. Most of the tomes are killer only now. 5 days till next. So you mean you're mostly you're mostly getting your daily stuff and things. Yeah, that's something, Colonel, I have to say. Chucky. You think it's the circle one, Fade? Because my screen says Dead Hard is A. I need to go. What do you call that clock perk? Turn back the clock. Oh, I hope no one's here. Oh my god! Turn around! Oops. W sandbag. Chem trap! Oh, he's kicking that. Okay. Oh, this is such a bad gen. Nah, that hits. And this is closed? I dropped this. Nah. I know about Chucky. I know things. I know a thing or two about Chucky, guys. Okay. I think he's got a chem trap game going on. it flopped miserably. Thank you for the lurk refresh, Granny. Oh, there's no way he predicted that. He removed this god pellet. I'm going back to this tile. I don't even care. Yep. I wonder if he goes round. He does not. Oh my god, what do I have here? Nothing. Nice, that was a good hit. He licks this wall. Oh, I need to put Bond back on, guys. I am sandbagging left and right. And I'm not using plot twist. Not because I can't use it. I'm just no good on the plot twist. It's too complicated. We got another gen. Oh shit. Cool. That gen was almost done. He gonna turn back the clock, that's... Do you think I should... I wonder... I think they're still chasing there by the gen. I think I'm gonna... How come I'm not speaking to class? I feel... On the duo queues, especially with the bigger streamers, it's not always like a VC kind of situation. You know, they have 400 viewers right now. That they're trying to like keep up with chat and stuff. Fuck this, bro. I'm back in this corner again. Dead art! It was X. It was X. I hit my dead art, guys. Oh! Oh my god. Hi, Mori. That was a sexy dead art. Thank you. It took me a while to get it because when the 2v8 update came through, Mori, and the everything got fucked, you know, with the sound bugs and everything. My controller settings have been on Xbox settings, but I'm on a PlayStation controller. And it took me 4 games to figure out which button the dead art was. But I got it now. I got it now. How are you today? Yeah, Maury, how's your day going? I just give up? No, I was interested. Oh, we're sandbagging. We're sandbagging. We're sandbagging. Yeah. That's unlucky on several levels. Does she have a pellet? Okay, she makes that pellet. Uh-oh. I may have made a mistake. Thank you, Klaus. Such a gamer, guys. Such a gamer. Does he get that save? Why? He did get the save! That's huge! There was a gen with hella progress. Oh, he just... He goes back to the hook.
Attention Alien Army, we do have
Nah,
a
he
raid
sees me?
incoming. I repeat, is raid incoming.
Oh my god, Kate! Hi! Thank you so much for the
Cannibal
raid,
K
gamer!
rated your channel with 23 viewers.
Hello! How was your stream? Oh my god, thank you so much. Hi. I'm sorry, this game requires me to lock in a little bit. But welcome in, everyone. Kate, how was your stream? Did you, how was Resident Evil? No DVDs today? Welcome in. Gamers, if you don't follow Kate, absolutely amazing, amazing gamer, wonderful person, content creator. Mainly plays DVD Killer Main. We met through Loftus, and we had an opportunity to meet at HorrorCon, which was absolutely wonderful. Oh man, this Chucky is not wonderful. I was hoping I would make it to the pellet because I decided not to do the dead art. But yeah, go drop a follow over at Kate's. It was lots of fun, thanks. You played a bit 2v8 Killer. Then you got some good progress. On RE9, wonderful, wonderful. How's your game's been really good. I'm getting hard carried by Clast here, which is just... he's such a crack gamer. It's so cool to be duo gaming with him. Yeah, gamers, if you came in with the raid and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. Official creator for Dead by Daylight as well. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing DBD. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. I am so throwing our games right now. I need to do better. I need to change my build. Thank you, Fate, for the suggestion. It was a good run. I might keep the dead art, but I need to make some changes because I'm not playing my best right now. You played Killer against Clast before? He's a great survivor player from what I remember. Yeah, he's absolutely cracked. Such good game sense and just overall, he's good in chase. He knows his macros. He knows when to save, when to be on a gen. Oh, he deserves this hatch, by the way. He deserves that.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
And thank you so much for the raid as well.
Deviant_Ann rated your channel with 1 viewers.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Kate, I understand if you need to raid and run. I really appreciate you taking the community here. Okay, we bring that art and the S. I don't know. I'm going for it. I'm gonna have to run a quick ad break, guys. I'm really sorry. We're gonna run it now before we go into the next game. Hopefully you don't miss anything or nothing much. We'll be right back. And how was dinner? I didn't even finish mine because I'm just so having such a good time gaming right now. You finished Until Dawn? Nice! Good job! I hope it was fun. Yeah, I think we're having good games. It's just... It's chill gaming, you know? When you've got people that know what they're doing. It was good, scary stuff, but really good. Nice. I'm glad. I'm glad. Corrupt. I hate this map, guys. Did I already say that? Did I already say this, that I hate this map today? Oh, demo puppy. Ew. Everything is corrupt right now. I'm doing main, I don't know. More corrupt. Basement's here, okay. I see a gen and Shack, I think. I'll just... Oh my god, that's not a gen, that's candles. And that gen is also corrupt. The way I'm just running around doing nothing still. Finally. I think Twitch is bugged for me. It didn't push out notifications. I saw the same thing. Yeah, it's not just you. Because when Class went live, I was watching, obviously, to see what time we were starting our games. And there was people in there complaining as well that they didn't get the notification of his going live. So there's definitely something up. I almost missed my stream streak on Slay as well, because I don't remember getting a notification for that either. This is so bugged, by the way. Because I could literally see where he was coming from. You're not the only one. No, you're definitely not the only one. Tunnel? Yes, tunnel. Okay, we do gens. I'm glad you had a good time, Anne, and thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. The way he was still looking for me? Okay. W. He's back. He's back at the hook. He's back at the hook. Yeah, he found me. Nah, he's camping this. I mean, they save, but she gets tunneled. I just finished this gen. I think that's the only thing I can do here. I mean, we can take hits, but Klaus is also there. And when the last time when I tried taking hits, I ran into the survivor and they died. So maybe we leave it to the professionals. Shit. Alright. I will see you and plus Jen got DMS'd and he couldn't kick it. That's funny. I think he's going up. Yes, he did. Oi! No, that's not right. That's not right. He doesn't want to chase me. He's going to the gen pop. W, we popped this gen. Nah. That was such a good chase. It's such a good time. I mean, we should get at least 2 people out here. Maybe even 3. I know it was a tunnel, and I know it's from... What is this tree in front of the gate? Hello? But technically, survivors win this game. Oh, he's got such a good setup in main. He whiffed that? He's healing. He's got a med kit. He should be able to get out here. Let's see. Claudette's out. Hey, Klaus still looking for the gate. He didn't know where it was. Hatchet man. Oh, look. Oh no! She didn't get out. Now what? She was at the gates. Oh my god, he's giving her no purse? Oh, the... Kobe! Wait, was that like luck and stuff? She did that on purpose. Oh my god, she's trolling. She Kobe'd. She Kobe'd. Oh, she got so lucky. Oh, she's gonna... Yeah, it was lucky. Yeah. You're a professional. They're saying they're a professional. They didn't get lucky. Kobe, by the way, 4%. They're a professional. They're still yapping in endgame chats. How? Time is flying. Time is flying. Yeah, I guess they were professional. Gecko, good night. Just came in here to say that. I love that, Gecko. Thank you so much. Good night. Did you play some 2v8 today? I'm glad to have you back. A lot of 2v8 today. Let's go. I love that for you. You still on the Billy? Lots of Billy gameplay. Perfect. Oh, I'm so hungry. I didn't eat my dinner because I was just having so much fun gaming. I need to eat my food. Corrupt again over there, no? Yes. Where am I? I never know where I am when I load in this map. Oh no, it's Spirit. Why didn't she want to chase the Atom? I mean, they're sandbagging again. I'm really happy I got bone. But go eat. Hello. I know. Listen, the thing is, the story is, Gecko, I don't know if you're actually like going to bed. I don't want to hold you up. But I did groceries today, but my husband, because I went live at 4 p.m., my husband has to cook, right? So he's just asking, like, so what's for dinner? So I explained to him if this, and then he can choose. So he chose, it's kind of like a pizza bottom with salad and chicken. It's really nice. So I bought 4, but usually 1 is enough. If it's like a lunch thing, I would say we only need 1. So I ate the first one, and then he came back upstairs with the second one because he's such a gem, and I'm like, oh yeah, thanks. So I had some dinner. Oh shit. I don't make this. That sucks. This style sucks. She doesn't commit. I just need to eat more because I'm still hungry. I just realized, and now it's like 9:30. Time is flying. We're having so much fun. We're having such good games. Am I seeing a Twitch charm, or am I just seeing purple things on this map? Hallucinogenic map. You also hold a Wesker today. You got it on clip. I love that. That is W. I don't know. This may have been a mistake. It was a mistake. Yeah, by her. I'm still chilling. Nice. Good phasing. Staying for a little bit, not too long though. I appreciate you hanging out, Gecko. But yeah, I'm gonna have to finish that second wrap as well because I'm starving. And I need a drink too. Got some water. I'll say though, tell me. What we talking? You are pretty cracked on Wesker? You're gonna have to show me sometime, Gecko. I might have to ask you into game some 2v8 with me next week. I want to see this Wesker you're talking about. You learned today? Holy. Tell me about this Wesker, Gecko. Is it the three dashes? You had 5 people in a cage before a single gen popped in 2v8? I mean, I don't mean to shit on your amazing experience, but nobody's doing gens on 2v8. Like, I tried some solo 2v8 yesterday. Hi, Rusty Rabbit. Welcome in. And no one was on gens. Like, I was on Torchbearer, but I could not lurk for saves because there was literally... no one was on gens. I was like, I'm doing gens. We have people dying at like 7 or 8. Oh shit. Gens left. How are you doing this amazing evening? I'm doing well. I'm doing well. I'm getting a little bit tired. It's been a long stream, but I'm just so excited to be gaming with Claust again. And we're having good games, so I'm gonna keep going for now. Oh, that's so unlucky. She's gonna kick the gen though. I have to remember which button is dead hard. Oh, I went the wrong way. Well, GG. I remember the button. I fucked it up though. I would have had the fault if I hadn't misplaced my camera. But that's the problem with controller. I fuck up my camera stuff all the time. Once you move back into the city, I'll get better internet and I'll get it back into streaming. At least when you get time, that's perfect. That's a great idea, Gecko. Yeah, you want good internet, otherwise you're just gonna be fuming over... your games. I mean, that's what I do when I try to play DBD on holiday. Nice. I think I should heal. That's what I think I should do. They get this. They get this. She goes to them. I start working on this gate. Adam goes and juices. Klaus goes for the save. I open this gate. 4 men out. No! I had it all planned, guys. I had it all planned. Oh no! I kind of wish she would have swung out of power, but she didn't. It was a good effort. It was a good effort, nonetheless. Alright, I'm gonna go eat. We'll be right back. We're back on Larry's, guys. Why? Why is this a thing? Oh no. Ducky man. I do gens. Somebody take Chase, I do gens. Oh no, don't send back, please. You have a pellet, you make that, right? No, you're just holding W into nothing? Nice. She made that window. That was very lucky. Start. What? Sorry guys, my husband was here. We were just chatting about what our day is gonna look like tomorrow. Yeah, that's 17 years late, bro. Oh. It's gonna be a problem eventually. Where am I going? I'll go here. Cool, baby! I think he's changed to a class. He did. The doctor. Bro, he didn't even hit me. And we're on the last gen. Which got sent back. The fuck? Welcome back, Anne. What are we putting on the floor? Oh, she picked up a medkit. Quick shower. Welcome back. Ah! Coulrophobia. I don't think I make this. I have to take a hit. I need to make sure I don't die in basement, because then it's GG's. Oh, Franklin's! That's why she was picking up her medkits. Oh, I die. He wasted a cool stack on that, by the way. How's games? How's games interesting? It's good games. I'm having fun. Glass almost went second. This hook is interesting. I guess we just send it, no? I don't know. Is he here? No, he's with the Lara. Klaus gonna go take a hit for that girl. I hope she makes this. He does. Yeah. Huge. Body Blocker University. This guy knows it all, guys. I didn't phrase that. No, I was like, wait, what do you mean? Cool. Dissolution Franklin's? My poor medkit. GAGF? I don't know. $12,000 channel points, let's go! More games. Okay, I'm eating more food, guys. Be right back. Oh, we're back on Midwich, guys. Chucky. Oh! What? Kick my gen. It can't be Anne. We're on Frankfurt. But yeah, imagine. Yeah, Klaus joined my lobby, so we're on Frankfurt. When is your 2v8 with him? Or did you already have that? Okay, Monday. There's 2 gens with progress here. Christ. There's no way that hits. He vaulted that W. I don't know what he thinks he was gonna hit with that. Oh! Okay, that was clever. He just ran a straight line, bro. Jill. Did you see that? How is games, Jill? Are you still in the Rivals? Did you guys change to Dead by Daylight? Oh. Am I not supposed to double with you? Sorry. Oh, he said you go do this gen, I'm gonna find Chase. Okay. Nice. Yeah, he's just sending it, bro. Every chance he gets. He's just sending it. Yeah, I think so. Although I also think he saw me in the hallway. Yeah, this man ain't no genius on the Chucky. Funny guy. Quote 12, Loftus. Quote 12. Did my gen even ever get finished? I don't think so. Kick Gen C people. Does anybody miss Mina? No way! This just got... That just got auto-modded. That's crazy. I don't know why it's giving me... Nightbot's giving me the quotes, and I am giving the quotes must be enabled, because it literally works. You got off Rivals? It's Wednesday, innit? What's on Wednesday on Rivals? Is there a problem? Oh god. It's one hook Chucky, guys. One hook Chucky. Is that him? I need to go. Yeah. Don't come this way. Oh my god, that was a very, very long extended lunge. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, that was a mistake, gamer. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Oh, I see. Yes, you're about to go live. It was too much. Thank you, love. We're almost at 5 mil again, guys. I'm so happy. You were about to redeem? They beat you to it. You got the last trophy on March, waiting for more to be added. Colonel, your patience with this game is remarkable, to say the least. Especially now that you're capped at your blood points, and you're at like 32 mil, waiting for new rifts and dailies and challenges to go live. I do not have your patience. You must appreciate show these bitches while you're in my duo. Thank you, love. Thank you for your support. And I'm smiling. Yes, I did, and I did it last week. But it cost so much money, I don't think I'll be doing it again. I went to the hairdressers to do my roots and everything. It's so expensive. Looks good, thank you. It feels good too. Have fun, Loft. You also go kick some ass. It suits you, thank you. It feels really good. I'm very happy that I made the decision to go for a hair dye in December. Oh, I need to open someone. Because otherwise I lose my stream streak over at Nia. A singularity. Yeah. Okay. I get it. Hold on.
Attention alien
Oh my
army.
god, yes!
A raid incoming. I repeat, a raid incoming.
Is this the fastest
Jess Doodles rated
5K
your channel
runner
with 4
in
viewers.
the entire UK? Yes! Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate you, bitch. How are you doing? Hi, Chase. Welcome in. How was Power Wash Simulator? I watched that game on someone else's stream. And it looks so nice and calming. I didn't even bring me in. Oh, rude. That is rude. But you found your way. They know you belong here. How was games? Jess just rated in. This South African designer in the UK is all about unwinding with some digital scrubbing. Don't let the Jess fool you. They're not offering design services here. Okay, good check. Oh, and there's a cute dog involved. Always a plus. 100%. Gamers, if you don't follow Jess, please go check her out. Wonderful person, good friend. What do we call them? Bonus mod, or what did we always call? What did the guys call you? Something mod. That you're like a bonus mod or something. That's Yeah, you go down the hole. Yes! Okay. Oh. Well, I made a mistake. That's fine. The medium! Sloppy Butcher. No, 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 no. That's not fair. Cosmetic mod. There we go. Gamers, if you came in with the raid with Jess and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm an official creator for Behavior. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. When I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse stables. Welcome in. It was good. We got all the achievements. Oh my god. You always... on that achievement hunt? Yes, I go. No, 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 no. Look, look, look. There's another one there. The meatballs. Let's see if I can help this girl. I'm getting sent back. I can. Oh. Well, maybe taking a hit would have been better. I don't know. You love your some power wash achievements. I understand that. Where is the bubble, by the way? It's right there. Yeah, my medkit's been blocked today for the longest time. It's like touch to my hand. Gravity doesn't apply to medkits. Yeah, upstairs gravity. What was that? DS or save? That's Sable's being tunneled. I'm gonna do gens. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go for another hour, guys. I am getting tired. I want to game. I want to keep gaming because I'm having so much fun. But I'm getting tired. My gameplay's not gonna get any better as long as we keep going. And I have an early morning tomorrow and a long day at work. Let's say we do another hour. This gen still has progress. Mina, welcome in. We missed you earlier. They had Kick Gen C people. You're so first, Mina. You're so first. I know he put another bubble there. Rest is needed. I know, but this is such a great opportunity. What? I didn't see that thing. Huh. That's the second time I hold him, by the way. Oh shit, Claust. I'm trying to avoid you, gamer. Oh my god, I have to remember I have Dead Heart. Hold on. I remembered I had Dead Heart! Woohoo! Woohoo! Aww. I know. I'm really happy. Intel week? I popped in earlier, but just lurked for a bit. I appreciate that, Mina. That's wonderful. Tomorrow will also be hell, but then I'm a bit freer. I mean, hell for the both of us. I am definitely at work. W. Debhart. It was a good one, I think. Is she on like a gate or something? Is it no way out? What's happening? Oh no, he TP'd to the Ada. Oh, she has the pellets. Excellent. I go do this gate, and Claust helps Ada. No, Ada's dead. And then I die too. No, he's on Claust. Okay, we don't have Wiglif. I do still have my medkit. My sloppy is worn out. I'm getting this gate. No! I did not see the bubble! I did not see the bubble, guys. Lurking because I need to put sheets on my bed and such. Yes, Jess, thank you again for the raid. I appreciate you taking the community here. And be sure to get some rest too after your stream. We're both out. Like, we're actually out. Oh! I'm gonna have to run a quick ad, gamers. We're gonna run it right now before we go into the next game, so you don't have to miss anything. Please bear with. I apologize for the ads. A GG. No pain res. Eruption pop. You think you're good luck actually? 100%. 100%. It's crazy the difference of a game between solo queue and duo queue. The amount of value you get from like working together with someone that knows what they're doing as opposed to 3 randoms? We're getting so many more good games than bad games. I only died a handful of times today. And I have to say my chases are on point. Like I'm holding it together. That helps. But like playing just with a duo is such a big difference as opposed to 3 randoms. When you play with people who know how to play, it's nicer. Yeah, and we're not even on comms, right? And it's not like I'm a regular gamer with class. Like, we just game how we think is best. And it's working so well. You keep saying it with your friends? I have the same things? Yeah. I just get water after. Oh, let me check my messages. DBD is a game where I have to adapt to the situation 100%. Corrupt? Where am I? Okay, I'm here. Oh no. With people who know, it's just nice. The trust is there and you know you're not alone in this. Yes. Like, I know that I'm not gonna go second. I know that when I need to stick my gens, someone else is gonna go for a save. It's just chill. Yeah, I definitely can't keep going. I'm feeling the exhaustion. We'll try to go to 11. And then if class is still going, which I assume he will because he usually is on until 1 AM, we'll raid class. Same with the open lobbies. Playing with people you play with before is nice, yeah. Perez. He's back to hook. This Quan is getting tunneled the fuck. Definitely think of herself. You need to sleep that good. Yeah, I know, but this is also so nice. I skipped the gen in the corner. He's waiting at the DS, chasing Clast in between. I'm gonna stick my gen. He's still healing. Maybe the V can go for a pickup. He hates the Quan. Nah, he's just a typical Blight player. We tunnel. Oh no, he picked. The Quan's first chase was really good. Like, he got an early hit. But then he was fine. I think I'm gonna go change out DS for reassurance. I'm not really a good reassurance player because I'm always on gens, right? So I find generally that it takes a lot of trouble for me. Okay, he's got distance. Let me do another gen. I think we double this gen. I can start a new one, but we're already on the last two. I like the new map from both sides. You do, Colonel? There's so many complaints about the new map. Mina, look who's here! Colonel is back! Yeah, the body block. Ah, I got lucky. I was there right in time for him not to sneak through. We're gonna finish the gens here. Wait. Oh, shit! Bro, because this girl plot twisted. It erupted the gen. No! Oh, that fucked us over because the Quan was doing so well. Oh no. We're not ready yet, gamers. Does plot twist count as a down? Yes, Anne, it does. How is he doing? She's plot twisted again. Is he around? I got scared! Oh, I got scared! Good scrim, Blight. God bless you. And you. And don't be toxic to others? I don't know. Maybe the Quan was toxic? Or he felt toxic? Guys, I'm almost at 5 mil again. Let's put it on Megan. Bam. Smash. 74. Did we get any BPS? Oh, we'll never know. Unlucky. Back on the engine. Okay, I'm changing this out for reassurance. We might get value. Who knows? I was thinking this Sable fit for TwitchCon, guys. What do you think? This Dia de los Muertos one. I think it could be a good one. Yeah, plot twist. And it was so silly of her. I think, I mean, it was kind of funny, the plot twist. But it fucked him over because the gen was almost done. And then we got Eruption. Okay, Sable's saboing hooks. Nice. The ghoul, guys. Your hair would fit with it. I think so. I purchased a top on secondhand on Vinted. I hope she sends it soon so I can check if that's a good idea. We can then we can still decide if it's gonna be a good fit. Plot twist counts down. You're learning the thing today. Yes. You're just going as you? That's fine. That's fine, gamer. You don't have to do anything. You are a great witch, so, like, you're good to go as you. I'm just Micah with pink hair. Like, I'm happy to go cosplay. A lot of people will be going as them, and that's perfect. It's wonderfully perfect. But I like to do DVD character cosplays. It worked out so well last year. And and TwitchCon San Diego as well. Oh my god. I was like, there's no way it's Painrest. It's worse. It's Painrest, DMS. He doesn't have the friend perk. Where are the gens? But it's at least 3 slowdowns. Because it was Grim Embrace, DMS, Painrest. You do have to make calls to the post office because your sticker package got lost. Shit, you still don't have it. I think we have multiple gens with progress. Sable's on mine. But all of the pain res, DMS, Grim shit is still gonna clock us big time. Klaus needs to go. Oh, I don't make this. That sucks, bro. It's not Surge. Oh, power struggle with an 8. Your guess is the van had an accident? Nah, somebody stole it, gamer. Has to be. Yeah, he wants his last stack of whatever the fuck this guy's running. Hi Fowler, welcome in. How are you? Happy Wednesday. I am good, thank you. I'm good. Games are good. It's been a chill day. I'm recovering from London slowly. Boring office day tomorrow, but all is well. You are well? Wonderful. I'm glad to hear. You're making a call about it tomorrow? Yeah, and you should check. This is 42nd Grim. That was a really good chase. Oh, gamer, what are you doing? Beam? Shit. Oh man, this game is escalating. It was going so fine, and then it kinda wasn't. No, I have to take the hit! No, 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 no! Dead Arts! I heal this gamer. Yeah, it was snowballing. Oh shit. Oh shit, he knows. We're all here. Hi Cal, how are you? How's streaming? It's been really good. I'm having so much fun. Apologies if I made it until now. You're fine. You mentioned you had work. It's all good. I appreciate you coming to say hi. Yeah, it's been such a good one. We've been in such good games. This game is a bit... we fucked up. We made some mistakes and it escalated. But... overall, it's been such a good stream. Such a good time. Class is such a cracked gamer, you know? It's just... it's so... like... oh shit, he found the heal. She needs to stop crawling. I do this, Jen. I don't know. Good to hear. It's been a good stream. Yes, I'm having so much fun. So yes, thank you for asking, and thank you for your message as well. How has your day been, Cal? I'm excited about Xenobite Screams, Cal. I'm not gonna lie. I'm really happy we put that on the calendar. Oh, laggy. Oh! Hold on, let me prove that. Hold on. Pinhead was not allowed by my automod. Sorry. It's been a rotten day. I'm sorry to hear that, Cal. But it's over? Yeah. You made it through. Tomorrow will be better. Kind of looking forward to a bit of Pinhead. Good, I'm glad. I'm glad. B100 Ghoul. Yeah, I'm sorry it's been a rotten day. Hang in there, gamer. Look after yourself. Get some good rest. You should be on a gen, Sable. I'm not gonna lie. It is what it is. You have cider. Oh my god, I'm so jealous. Wait! Talking about cider, I need to go grab something. Hold on.
Get out of this yet.
Look what I got myself. I got myself 4 pints of Thatcher's Blood Orange Cider in London. And I'm gonna be drinking it this weekend. Nice. Well played. Well played. So I'm super happy. What's the bot doing? The bot's yeah. The bot's getting the guys, the bot is getting the Rick killed. He was waiting for Hatch in main. And the bot is trying to get out through a wall. Oh no! No, he deserved that escape, but the bot, look at the bot! Oh no. Oh, that's so unlucky, he deserved this escape. Oh, you can't get Hatch, you can't get to the gate. And the bot's just chilling in the corner. Ain't no way. Yeah, that bot was, killed him. It actually killed him. So unlucky. I honestly thought you'd be able to get Fruity Cider across Europe. I mean, we have... It differs per country. They have more in, like, Spain, for example. More options. But it's not as big. I've not seen it anywhere as big. Near as big as it is in the UK. So we can get... There's one brand. We have one brand here in the Netherlands. It's called Apple Bandit. And they do cider, but it's tiny bottles and it's quite expensive. Probably out of Risco, Spain. Yeah, I wonder if the Spanish don't just drink it as well. Forget the VR part message. We need this game in B? Colonel, I don't know what you mean. Is Mina still here? Mina! Let me yell at Mina. Yes, Mina, look who's here! Just above Cal's message. Back from the dead. I think it's been more than a year. More than maybe even a year and a half when we saw Colonel last. Hi. You're not as excited as me. That's okay. Where have you been? Valid question. We've got another Ghoul the Ghoul. You're excited? Good. Yeah, I was so happy when he came say hi in chat. They're still playing without sound, they already confirmed. And they have 32 million blood points that they refuse to spend. So they can only get blood points through the rift and through codes. I'm very annoyed about that, Mina. I am very, very annoyed. I cannot believe it, in fact. Oh my god. It's Painrest Grim. It doesn't look like DMS though. Is he going? I think so. The Painrest is gonna hit Klaus Gen, which had more progress. Oh, he's hooking here. Oh, and it's friends. Sheet. He's back to hook. I might need to do a drive-by again. I may need to go and reassure this. Klaus is gonna try and go for the save. I'll go back on their gen. Okay, he's got it. Mina, did you claim your daily doggo treat yet? Thank you for the 42! Yes, good, good, good. Yeah, I don't think he cares who he chases, honestly. Is she missing skill checks on purpose? Okay, these gens are all done. I forgot about... Okay, well, at least we know we're quite chilling here. Because there's no gens. Guys, GG, there's no gens here. That was a mistake. Point save? No. It's another pain rest. I don't even know that we have gens with progress. I think it's main. And the side of main where they are... Nice. Oh. Ah, damn. Yes! Or save? I don't know. I'm doing a gen. Klaus is gonna go take hits. And Claudette is on another gen. Quick gambits. Fast gens. Good, good, good. Fuck. I was trying to body block him in there so Class could get the save. Was not to be. Oh my god, he was a lot closer to me than I thought. 90 ping. Damn, I would have hit my dead art. I thought I had time to vault this. I didn't. I did not, in fact, have time to vault it. Fuck me. Okay. I need to find a gen. I don't know that we have any gen with progress. I'm just gonna do this one, I don't know. Staying here. I still have a pellet and a vault. I don't know. I can't dead art now. Ah, that sucks. That was good. Good juke. He needs to hop locker now because friends. Hop locker now! He's in locker. GG's. Granny, thank you for the lurk refresh. I don't want to stop playing. 3 more games, and then it's like 11:30. Because my gameplay is going down the drain. Trash killer, 0 skill. Oh, Mike Miller is upset. Oh. It was hatchet main, not hatchet check. Unlucky. Oh my god. This is so much tension. Does he make it, guys? I don't think so. The doors are so far from each other, but the ghoul can just jump across the map. I don't know. Okay, no TR. There's the TR. No, he's here. He found him. But he can't jump anymore. Oh, he can. No. Dead Arts. He hasn't been hooked, bro. Oh, no. Good effort. That hatch offering was so unlucky. They thought it was a hatch and main offering. It didn't work out. We had so many ghouls today. Queues are not bad for Survivor. I'm surprised at how quick it still is for this time. I was like worried that we were just gonna be sitting in the lobby all the time. Nice, everybody's ready. We go again. Alright. Badham Preschool. I had a juicer chase against the Blight earlier. Oh, it's a Wesker. Okay. Okay, we booning. Okay. 11 is holding it together. We're on 3 different gens. He left her. Oh no. Oh no! Oh. This sucks because class is on a gen here. No! He gets robbed though. I have no pellet here. GG's. Well, I'm far away from the gens anyway. Oh! Okay, okay, I'm still going. I am still going and the gens are flying. I'm not mad about it. Huh! Yes, good form. I make this. Hup! Hup! Where's the pellets? Other sides. Oh no! There's... Wait. Where's... Where... What? Bro, there's no pellet here. Was it dropped already? No. That is so rude. I win. GG's. Nice gen rushing, get better? I think I'm good, gamer. Good luck on your next game. I think I was quite alright. GG's. I love a good Wesker game. Hey yo, Angel! I was just saying, thanks to you first, your first chase. We had such a good chance of winning that game. Because you took that hit early and I was like, oh no, but you chased for the longest time. Well played. Good luck next. I hope the games treat you right and I appreciate you coming by. I love when people leave a lobby and then ready up and got back into the exact same lobby. I like that. That's funny. Like you, my games are going down. You're going down too? Not fan of the DC penalty driving now, Colonel. Are you still DCing in the old 2026? Gamer. I don't think you should be doing that. Angel, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in. You did a House of Fame because I was running around in the wrong way. Ah!
Angelkovich followed your channel.
I mean, they're asking if we're live. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Some things don't change. I guess some things don't change. No, we are about the good vibes. The Wesker in here was nice. Gen rushing get better. That was their comment after our game just now. I mean, if you have a juicer chase and 3 people are on 3 different gens, how are we gen rushing? I don't even think anyone's bringing gen perks. There is a Jeff, Mina. There is a Jeff. He might come say hi. Oh, he's already fighting with the Kate. Over the fact that we're live and then we're not live. Oh, well, we're gonna have to see how this turns out. Yeah, you had for a focus takeout, but you were first chase, so you weren't even on gens. I mean, my chase was quite alright as well. He did get robbed at the first power grab because he didn't hit me into a wall. I understand the frustration though, but like, I mean, we weren't like gen rushing. It was a good first chase and we were on 3 different gens. That's it. That's how you win games. It's the same as when you tunnel as killer and you get an early down. Then the killer wins the game, you know? It's as simple as that. You play different now just to have fun? Okay, good. No DCing though, Colonel. Ah, Deathslinger. No. I'm leaving. Yeah, I'm leaving. Oh my god, he's silent. What? How do I get out of this shithole? There's no door here. I have to go back to the gym. No, look, he's still there. I think. I'm leaving. Oh my god, he's still here. I'm trying to get back to the gen because he's got Trill. No. No! Oh, no. Oh, it's so bad. Yeah, that was a good shot. Well done. Oh, it's so bad. Why did he come for me? He literally had the Kate and main. I'm so annoyed. Now this killer has a chance at a good game, whether people are gen rushing or not. Pain Res on Jeff's gen. And what looks like maybe DMS as well. Did he kick that gen? Oh, he's on Jeff. Okay. Jeff gets hit here. Yeah, he did. Unlucky. Okay, that was Kindred. Is it Blast Mine or... No, yeah, it is. It's Wiretap. No. Oh, yes, it was Wiretap. Wait, what? That gen is still yellow. He's got the fucking trail on it. Okay, he's back to hook. I gotta stick my gen. So, Kate, we've got a lot of yellow gens this game. Kate's got Wiretap. And he's got Trail of Torment. And Jeff is getting tunneled. Even though I was the first to get hooked. So I'm happy I didn't get tunneled. Granny, thank you for the relurk. I appreciate you hanging out this stream. I hope your stream was good. I saw you rated out. I mean, I think I saw you rated out. I can go reassure this man when he dies. Oh no, he had so much distance. Oh, that wasn't my gen. Weird. Oh my god, please don't look at me. Nah, he's got gens to kick. Caitlyn, unless you have shoulder, please do not touch this man. Oh, that was a mistake. That was such a big mistake. Nah, he's going for me. I'm out of place. No, he's going for the Jeff. I am sorry, Kate, but that was not a good decision. We should have reassured him on the hook. And got some gen progress, because now he's just getting tunneled out. Oh, no. Yeah. Okay. Tyrone. Klaus got a gen there at 99. Well, Kate killed the Jeff. That's my opinion. Oh my god, the S! Or save. But I think the S. They are trying to help. They're trying to help. I do this gen. I keep forgetting that we can see the perks now. Don't come to 7, guys. Please don't take him to 7. Oh, that's Pain Rest DMS. Oh, no. Yeah, you just hold it. Beautiful. Well played. I should have waited. Taken the pain res on the gen and then got back on it because with the DMS, it kind of fucked us over. The gen's at 7. Is he chasing you? Yes, he is. Okay, I take chase because we don't want Jeff to die. Okay. I know maybe she wants to heal, but I need to do my gen. Because Jeff is fighting for his life over there. It regressed by so much, guys. Klaus keeps trying to find the gen. He doesn't know it is here. Bro, I went across the map. I wasted so much time. Okay, Kate takes it down. Klaus keeping him busy, trying to save the Jeff. I'm hitting my grades. I want this gen done. And I think I have to get on a gate. No one has a gen. I don't have Wiglif. Shit, he's still going. I have to pick up those gamers. Ah, plot twist. Okay. I don't... okay, I'm gonna try and hit my grades. Okay, that's 1. That's 2. I might get full heal out of this medkit, y'all. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I missed the 3rd. Yes! I hit 4! It didn't heal me. I'm sick. Ah, no way out. Where's Klaus at? He's a main. I need a heal. I'm 99, literally. Who is where? Thank you. That's basement. Ew. Ew. We're still going? Yeah, it's been such good games, Lake. I'm having such a good time. Oh. Oh! The way that I thought he was gonna shoot me through the hole, and then he didn't. I don't think we can save her, honestly. I don't know if he's in here. I get the save, bro! That's crazy! Oh, shit! Oh, shit! We have to dodge this. Don't get in my way. I have to dodge this. I have to dodge this shit. I have to. Oh my god! Ooh! I was stressed. That was so good. I'm so proud that that art was good, guys. Woo! Thank you, Lake. That was their last. Oh, they literally left. Hold on, let me just listen to what they're saying in the chat. What a good game to end on, honestly. Okay, we're gonna get raided, so we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna snooze this ad. And we're gonna do some more games. Because why not? Holy hell. That was such a good Dead Hard. Let's ready up. We go again. You can join a few. Yes, come. Come game. I would love to have you. Let's put on We're Gonna Live Forever. We're not on 2v8 though. We are just
Alien Army, we do have a raid
gamers! Hello!
incoming.
How is everyone? Have a good one. Thank you, Klaus. Thank you so much for the games. It was such a good time, honestly.
Class
I
rated
really
your
appreciate
channel
you
with 291 viewers.
inviting me for Duo Gaming again. Hi, Apex. Welcome in. Hi, Cooley. Welcome in. Everyone, gamers, if you came in with the raid with Klaus and you don't know who I am, my name is MVP. The M stands for Micah. I'm primarily a Dead by Daylight content creator. I'm from the Netherlands. I'm a survivor main. I have 18 P100s. I love playing Dead by Daylight. And when I'm not playing DBD, you can find me cat sitting, dog sitting. I work at a horse's stables. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Thanks for hanging out with us today. It's been an absolute pleasure. We've had such good games. Such crazy games. That Deathslinger one? That Dead Hard. I was nervous. I was so nervous. How are you, Cooley? Good to see you again. Hi, Amateur. Hello. Hiya. No, you're fine. It's fine if you're rusty. Lake, I know you've had a rough week. Let's get some games in. I can't invite you. Can you join me? You've had 5 Trickstar games in a row? Oh, I don't know what happened to the notifications, but you're in. Wonderful. Was it Mina, though, Colonel? Because Mina gaming is good with Trickstar these days. I mean, 5 Trickstar games in a row is a little boring. I suppose. Let's keep it going. Welcome in, everyone. We're gonna keep this show on the road here. Cooley and Jerry Daily Doggo Treat, thank you for the redeem. I hope you had a good one as well today, Cooley. Lake, is this your new sable fit? I like it. I really like the headpiece. I don't think I bought that skin. It was Blood Moon, right? I like it. Being 50-50, to be honest. Alright, well, we will remember the 50% that's on the positive side, on the good side, okay? Yeah, I don't think I remember to get that skin. Yeah, with the Halloween top. Nice. Yes, with the gloves. I actually met a gamer when I was at TwitchCon San Diego that cosplayed that Halloween fit, and she had gloves with she made them herself. They had like the glowy fingers. It was really good. Who's that, Jake? W? Shrub of the Year. We love some Jake Gaming. It's one of our P100s. We can respect some Jake Gaming. Jake was your first P100W. He was my first male P100. Yeah, I was looking at the offerings lake and I was like, I don't think you brought Cake Gamer. I'm gonna have to leave you to rot on hook, honestly. You don't have any still working on P9, everyone? What a foolish idea that was. Nah, you're onto something because you want all of the stuff on every survivor, right? I think that's what I did at the beginning as well. Except that was before P100s were a thing, so I got everyone P3. What's this killer gonna be? Oh. It's a Baba! No way, Class hops off and we get a Baba. That's just unlucky. I don't even know what to tell you. Where's Basement's gonna be? Hello, Onryo! Onryo, something, feet pics. Welcome in. How are you? How's it going? How's the stream? It's been a good one. It's been a really good one. Thank you for asking. I need to watch out here. I'm gonna get... Yeah, send back the fuck. No. Oh no. I did get sent back the fuck. Hold on. Where's the windows at? Not here. Ah, it's here. Hold on. He didn't have enough charges, guys. Is it Bam Bam? I'm gonna have to go somewhere else. Why is my thing on cooldown? Oh, here it is. Hold on. Is this a way out? Oh my god, he's still on my ass. Damn. Scrumptious feet pics. Nice. I like it. I like it. No, it's been a good one. It's been really good games. This is Agitation. Not Basement though. Pain Res? No. Oh. He's upset with me already. I don't know why. When they had the old Prestige, Jake was your only P3 at the time. Okay, yeah. I had several. But I can respect the P9 of everyone because you want the cosmetics, you want the charms, you want all the perks for everyone. I'd say that's value. I'm hyper focused on getting P100s. So the consequence of that is that... Oh my god, I'm getting tunneled. That's the consequence of that. Oh my god, why is there nothing here? Ah, I'm waiting at the Dead Heart as well. Yeah, the consequence of that is that I don't have all the perks unlocked, right? Of newer survivors, for example. So, when I'm really liking the 5 moves ahead. I mean, we're getting the gens done here. That's good stuff. I really like Quan's perk, 5 moves ahead. But I don't have it unlocked on my P100s because I don't put points into Quan. I mean, I got it P1. But not P3, so then it's like green apple, 5 moves ahead. I am so dead, by the way. Bubba's wearing the suit. He means business. No, he does. I was kind of hoping he was gonna sell me a house, but I don't think he will, actually. Hi, Fade. Crazy views. Yeah, Klaus just raided me, gamer. I got very lucky. He had to go, so it was his last game, and he raided me after. That's why we're all here. How was games? Did you do some win streaking? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Am I getting cooked? Maybe. I might still be getting cooked. Shout you out for win streaking? Or do you want to shout out because you're streaming? Are you streaming? Oh, this is so unlucky. I have to tell you. Where was the other game? I was not paying attention because I thought that we were gonna go and leave through Shack, which is not the case. Team Oblivion, best comp team ever? Good! Oh my god. Meanwhile, I'm still running around, doing nothing. Lake's cooking over there. I'm gonna go back on this door. I don't know about the heal. I might need my dead hard. What do you guys think? I believe you'll find that's D4C. Yes. Exactly. He's just camping you, isn't he? We can't save this. What's the plan? I don't think we can save this, gamers. I'm not gonna lie. Now we have to go. Lake, I'm sorry, gamer. You did so well, and thank you so much for taking the focus off of me. It has to end. You usually have 5 million blood points for release date, so instantly proceed to new guides. Yeah, I've done that. I've done that. Like, save up, I mean. I save up to 5 million. Oh my god, it was sketch! Hold on. Let me go yell at him real quick.
You're running
It's my friend, by the way.
I'm yelling at you.
How the fuck did
The
we
reason
get
I did
paired
that, by the
with
way,
sketch?
with Camp Blake is because I'm pretty sure Jake is a cheater. I've went against before, so that's the only reason I did that. I want to see if they like that Jake was gonna pull something out, but he didn't. This in general, I'm sorry, but like this in general was pretty sus.
I should have known
Something
with the
about
hitting on
Jake
the
was not
hook.
legit. I know that for sure. Hello, Micah. If you had fun with getting hit on hook. I wish you got any other map, Glitch. I wish you got any other map. Sorry, Lake. You're bait for a cheater.
He said
like,
sorry,
pretty
I
sure
suppose.
Sure.
We take it.
I should have known failing on hook. Yeah, you should have known.
Gamers, we're gonna
Follow
run a
it in
quick
Discord,
ad break.
Meg, and
I
hitting on
apologize
hook,
for the
you should
ads. We
know.
will be right back. We're gonna
Yeah,
run
I'm
it now
sorry,
so you don't
Lake.
have to miss anything.
I'm sorry.
Leave, don't try to save against Baba, you
I
were
would have
right,
camped Mike on it,
babes.
really. I would have camped up. I wanted you both to get out, but I was like pretty convinced Jake was gonna try to go for like a weird save.
I was so surprised that he left me, but he was giving me a chance. I was gonna dead art. What happened to bot 2? Guys, we're in a lobby here with bot 1 and bot 3. So Lake is asking, where's bot 2? Bot 1 said bot 2 is playing with someone else. 127 views. We got raided by Class Gamer. We got raided. After their last game, they had to hop off. They raided us, so yeah, I'm very grateful and welcome everyone for hanging out. And then we got Sketch, unbelievable, on the Baba. I'm looking at the offerings. I see 2 offerings, and I'm thinking to myself, was this Lake? Yeah, totally mine, of course. Okay. Is this your main job? I have a lot of jobs. Oh, hold on. My can you shout out your Twitch? I have 2 followers. I mean, you should know better. Than to ask your fellow streamers to shout you out. I'll consider it though for the next time. Oh, they're not a Legion. They just hit them, cancel power, and down them. Yeah, sorry, I was saying I have a lot of... Every door is closed, gamers. What am I supposed to do here? Do not shout out that pleb. Do you make a good amount from this? You guys are so forward with your questions. I don't. And also, that's kind of not why I'm doing this. I'm having a lot of fun building the community here in gaming, hanging out with people when I'm alone. Playing DBD with friends is just the best thing. He's coming back, by the way. And I do work on the side, so I have an office job. If you've heard my raid message, I cat sit, I dog sit, I work at a horse's stables, and all in all, that hits! Turn right, turn right. I take a hit for you. Oh, they cancel power. It allows me to stream and to be able to afford my bills. A lot of variety, exactly. I used to be I used to be a global marketing director in pharmaceutical industry. I worked 40 hours at least a week, and I was let go in a reorganization because of some dumb investment shit that had to be made. Even though I've just been just that year been selected among the top high-performing employees for the future of the company. And when that went down, I decided to change my life and not go for a full-time office job anymore, because I just felt like it wasn't worth it. So now I combine what I love to do with hobbies and with streaming. That's kind of my story, if that helps. So this is what I mean, Fade, when you said that I should stream the scrims and you guys going at each other like that. I mean, it's funny. I get it. You're just bantering. But I'm like, I don't know if my community is ready for this. I am running into nothing, by the way. Do what yourself tells you. Yes, exactly that. Are you excited for the Grimoire Killer? I am. I am. I think it's a really unique opportunity that we got to all vote, come together as a community and vote to make a chapter happen. I need to do a gen. What do you recommend to grow as a streamer? 1. Learn how to spell. 2. Use your brain and work out what the algorithm likes. You're just too slow to stream and grow a community. Guys, you're cracking me up, but be nice. I think the biggest thing, Fade, like if you're asking me, is the commitment and consistency. Like, for people to know that you're coming back on a certain day, on a certain time, week after week, after month, after month, after year. And that commitment, for me, because I've been quite consistent, even though I've had to, like, change my schedule for work days, or you know, I don't have an office job throughout the year. I work on projects in event management, and the winter is just, there's more work than in summer. I do take breaks, you guys know I travel, but I always come back, and it's like there's always been some sort of consistency. When I'm away, you can see my clips on my other content channels on YouTube and TikTok. Yeah, I think the consistency and the commitment, do you want to heal, is the most important thing. You raised really good points. Learning how to spell is important. Do what the algorithm likes. Definitely, that's why my TikTok isn't growing, because I don't want to do what the algorithm likes. I want to make clips that make me happy. Good chase, Lake. Good chase. We might have a chance still here. Oh. Maybe I don't do this. Maybe I have a problem. No, maybe we're chilling. I go back. What did I do in London? So, I play field hockey. And I had an international field hockey tournament with my team. That's why I wasn't in like central London. I was at Sevenoaks Hockey Club. And it comes with a whole bunch of dinners and activities and games. Not even making a joke. It's very important. Yes! You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Your friend is 15 and he's like one of the best in the UK. He's playing for England under 18. Seems pretty fun. It's quite a commitment. Like, there's a lot of other things that you can't do. But, I 100% think that is, yeah, hockey is at that competitive level. Do you want to heal? Suppose you do. It's quite an adventure. With the traveling and like you have all of these professionals at your hand. You learn so much about like health. Oh. This Legion has got to be like a Legion main. They are hella effective. So much pressure. I don't know. Do I have a pallet here? Yes, I do. Nice. Okay. Sorry you had to go to London. I hope you managed. Whoa, 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 whoa. To recover? Yes. I don't make this. Dead Art for distance! Wait, I can't even dead art for distance? No, I can't. I pressed the wrong button. Never mind.
Attention Alien Army, we do have a raid incoming.
Well,
I
well,
repeat,
well.
a raid incoming.
If it isn't the Bubba, the toxic Bubba that hits on hook. Hold on.
Sketch N4 rated your channel with 10 viewers.
Well, well, well. If it isn't the toxic Bubba that hits on hook, there's no way you got us in game, Sketch. Imagine if Klaus had still been there. What would he have said? Gamers, welcome in, Sketch. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for taking community here. You got shit on. Listen! I got sandbagged. And then my first chase at main was pretty good, okay? You wish you got another map? Yeah, okay, I understand that. It's GG. Orl. I mean, they were good at Legion. GG, well played. Megurky, welcome in. Scrub Raid. How are your games? How was the old DVD? Let's see what my bot has to say about you. Slab on a cake while you're at it. Sketch is all about Dead by Daylight life, especially when it comes to being a killer. They're currently duoing with Christy DeVos. Were you actually duoing with Christy? That must have been a good time. Don't let them stop you from joining the fun. What? That's a weird sentence. Oh, these aces. Okay, they left. Because they were trouble. Yeah, good. From clown-only streams to viewer build requests, this streamer keeps things fresh and exciting. Lies. Just watch out for their Manus mode, it's a thing. I've never heard of that in my life. It was Spirit Furious. Ayo! Oral? GG's, you play Legion really well. I was surprised it was only P17. Hey! Jake is back, guys! Wait, Sketch, weren't you saying this Jake was a hacker? The Scroll of the Year guy. He was in your game. Oral, I appreciate you stopping by. GG, well played. You had so much pressure. You play Legion really well. I appreciate you coming to say hi. You don't chase main for a reason. I mean, I guess when you were against me, you were fine chasing at main. I get it. I was convinced at first of Jake before and they were cheating, so I was trying to get him. I mean, they're in my game again now. We're gonna find out. You did a clown-only stream for Mike? Don't ask. Oh, I was gonna say, clown rings a bell. I know Mike. How did that go? Did he come to say hi? You're not good? I thought you were pretty good, gamer. I think you had a lot of pressure, and you really know how to effectively play Legion, if you ask me. So GG's. I hope it's been good games, and that if you play some 2v8, that it's treating you well. Sketch, have we ever found each other in game before? Like, ever? I don't even think we like, of course, obviously we met in game, but since then, one single time did we run into each other in a game. I don't think a single time did we play together. That alert is really loud.
ORL_X followed your channel.
It's a blight. He doesn't know I'm here. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Okay, I'm leaving. I want nothing to do with this blight. Lake's gonna have to deal with them. Lake was collateral damage. They really were. That was a while ago? Okay, well, he's back in the game. We'll see. We did when we met. Yes, of course. Hag Gaming on Midwich, by the way. Only when in 1v1 for 20-second chase. I think I sometimes do better than 20 seconds, gamer. I juke you now and then. I would like to believe. Oh, well, Jake is out. He doesn't want to verse a blight on Larry's on a Wednesday night close to midnight. I don't know. You were doing with Christy was so fun. Nice. I'm glad to hear. Christy's wonderful. That's DMS. I'm gonna stay on my gen, and I'm going to assume that Iron Gun here is gonna go for the save, because their gen is blocked now anyway. Lol. I don't know. He may just be a really good gamer, but I can't remember. Okay, well. Jeff? Alright, we play some Jeff. I could play Jeff. I could be a good Jeff. I even have cake on him. Yeah, gamers, if you don't follow Sketch yet, please go check him out. He's very bullyable. It's always a good time there. Go bully that man. Back to the spelling thing. Okay. People that can't spell most things accurately really gives me the ick. Yeah. Was that a DS, by the way? Did the bot just DS? Bullyable? Wow. I mean, you are. Don't be mistaken. You're gonna go get some food? You haven't had a small snack since you started stream? You need to learn how to look after yourself, gamer, even with long streams. Go get some food. Thank you so much for the Bubba game. And thank you for the raid. I appreciate you taking community here. It makes me think of them lower and it's unprofessional. Yeah, I understand it. I have to say though, I'm always like just typing in a rush. When it's in chats, I make a lot of typos. And it's more to do with rushing than not knowing correct spelling. Oh my god, that blight really wanted that bot gone. Well, GG's. But spelling really easy things badly is icky. Yeah. I understand it. Streaming. Oh shit. Oh shit. No, that hits? I thought I was like jiggying. I so wasn't jiggying, by the way. Also, this is a dead end. Teehee. Oh man, there's a wall here. Fade grinds my gears with his spelling. I think it's also just rushing when he's typing, no? Okay, he's changed up the play style. Is Lake making some music over here? What's happening? Nice fit, gamer. He has bad spelling. He hasn't been to school in the past few months despite his exams being in 1 week. Oh, it's showing, to be honest. Don't be so hard on him. Exams are shit. Oh, that's a solo thing. Fucking hell. Where's this? Oh, oh. Oh my god. That got DMS'd again. Oh. Oh no, he knows everything! No, 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 no! Oh no. Eee! Wait, I have to remember I have dead art. Hold on. I dropped this. Yes. Nice. Where am I going? I hate this map. Oh my god, that's not what I meant to do! Behavior! Are you kidding me right now? Oh, that hurts! No, he's such a good blight. You should try out Ladder DVD League. I don't know, gamer. I am too old for that shit. I don't think I have any business going there. It's very fun. Nah, I know it. I know you like it. You guys talk about it a lot in the Discord. It's competitive 1v1. It's good for getting into competitive. Yeah. I'm more into... I'm kind of learning to do 1v1s, but I'm only doing it with friends right now. Just so, you know, I'm comfortable. Don't disregard yourself. I mean, you're not wrong. You wouldn't have gotten hit there if you leaned forward in your chair. Ah, as I vaulted. That's good advice. I'm gonna have to remember that. No. That bot Jake. Why am I going back here? I already dropped everything. The bot Jake dropped a purple medkit, by the way. Yeah, this was a mistake. So there's that. I need to go somewhere where there's pallets. Hold on. Oh, I already dropped everything here as well. What am I doing? Oh my god, he whiffed and I whiffed my dead art. Is basement here? No. Good. Lake, I'm coming back! Lake, turn around! Shit! Nice! Oh my god, we did all the gens. Nah, I should have waited. Understandable, that would have been pretty nice finesse. I mean, I was already injured, no? I mean, good effort, good effort, good effort, Lake. Thank you for taking the hit. That jiggy was good. That was a good jiggy. Light is very funny to go against after the nerf. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I know enough about it to see the difference. Or to, like, take advantage, John 2-tap, of the difference. Lake Kobe's, though. He deserves it. He's a deserving little survivor, and the entity knows it, guys. Best believe. Angles. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to go, but you hope you keep having a lovely stream. Thank you, Vitor. Thanks again for the raid earlier. And for hanging out. I really appreciate it. That was a really good save by the Bill, even though he dies now. That's why you got smacked on hook? No, I got smacked on hook because you are unprofessional. That, this Bill saved Lake's life. Oh, shit. He's gonna pick up on the trail here shortly. Oh my god. He knows everything. He was gonna try. Were you gonna try and play some music for him? GG's. GG, well played. I think it could have been a play. We'll hopefully try to catch you around again. Are you talking me or Vitor? Either way, appreciate it. Let's get this prestige off on Megan. I think I should have enough points now. There we go. P75 Mega C. Both? Cool. I appreciate that. That is too sweet. Your heart is racing? I mean, that was a very intense game. You haven't played this sweaty in a long time. Welcome to my lobbies. You gotta go. Cinema shit will wake me tomorrow morning. I can't wait. Thanks for hanging out, Vitor. Have a good night and good luck tomorrow at the cinema. Good luck, have fun, don't jinx us. Jinxed. Because the V in the game is called Jinx. Nah, he loves the cinema. He jokes. I have a hunch it'll be Mastermind. Killer's name might be Joey. Alright, Joey the Legion. Let's see if you're right. Let's see. I don't mind a little Wesker gaming, y'all know. Little family residence. Let's see if we can figure out if this killer's name is Joey. Joey, I found your secret. He comes here, his name's Joey. He doesn't know, he's not stream sniping, that's a good thing. Unlucky. Seely, welcome in. How are you, gamer? Long time no see. You got another one. Another spicy totem? Another Pokemon? Well, what are we talking about? And also, welcome in. We got sketched in a random game 3 games ago, Celia, and I got rolled. And I'm upset about it. Oh, check DMs. Be right back in game? Okay. Okay. Hi. I closed my Discord when Klaus hopped off. Ah, Ruin. Okay. Lake, I love your dedication to your guitar, but there's someone dying on hook. If he comes back, we're cooked. I'm gonna have to help for the save. He does not come back. Okay, I gotta spray. You're still in Sweden? You're getting a new kitten tomorrow? That's great! Oh, that's cool. Doesn't Volts already have 3 cats? I'm not judging. I'm checking and asking. That's what I'm doing. You can have as many cats and dogs as you like. Let's be clear on that. That was DS. That was DS. Bro, that was DS. I was like, why did she fall off before I dropped the pellets? It's a DS play, guys. I mean, I would have had the pellet save. Trust and believe. I'm a professional. It's so funny that you guys are getting a kitten because Taze just told me earlier today that he's looking at cats with Timebone tomorrow as well. Now, before I get in chase, what is this? Oh, I have to go, I have to go, I have to go. What is this DM you speak of? No. Okay, I don't know. Oh my god, I'm sandbagging. Nice, that was a good hit. I need to go back because they're working on a gen here. Oh, I didn't know why I'm not dropping that. Why am I? Oh no! I don't make this now. Yes, I make this. Hold on. Oh! Eee, unlucky. DMs. No! Him! You got another one! You really did, Sealy! Gamer Sealy got another minus rep for being him. The second time. Nah. You have to stop doing that, Sealy. You can't just upset people with your him. Oh, wiretap? I'm not paying attention, gamer. I don't know. I heal. Pain res. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Nice. He got robbed! He got robbed! Keep running! Are we camping this hook? Yes! Fair. It's 2 gens. Okay, I do this gen. Oh. Did we do all the gens on the same side? I don't know. Maybe. Who's in chase? Oh, is it me? Oh, it is me. I need to go help save this girl. Yay! It's free. Pool is free. No, 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 no! I'm here! Don't be upset. I got you. Oh. I mean, I guess she's getting a spray. I guess that's fair. I guess it's only fair. Oh my god, I have to go. It's got to be a 3 gen with Shaq, no? Lake's on so my god, I just keep running. Yeah, he doesn't chase top side. Oh, maybe he does. I mean, this was a rough game and he's really pulled it back. Now it's a 3 gen. It's okay. We push. I know all about 3 gens. She needs to not chase here. She needs to not chase here. Yeah. Yeah. If you have a 3 gen like that, gamers, if you take chase away from the gent, which is towards main, the killer is either unlikely to follow you there because he has to stay in 3 gen and protect it there, or if he does chase you, your teammates can get the gen. Okay, he chases Lake, we get a gates. Oh, you go do the gates. I go help Lake. I don't know. I practice my moonwalks, maybe. Do you have anything here? Left! To the left, to the left! GG, thank you, Joey. Well played. That was a good hit from the V, honestly. She took the hit for Lake, I think. Well played. Joey! It was a rough start for them. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I appreciate your support for the channel. Happy Wednesday. It was a rough start.
777 followed your channel.
It was a rough start because we got the I think it was Undying really quickly, right? And then we popped 2 gens. I hope I got it. Oh. I think we do maybe 1 or 2 more games depending on how well they go. I'm quite chilling. Oh, they didn't want to play with us. Fair enough. Where should we go after, gamers? Who are we raiding? She's on the rivals. I don't think we should go there. I mean, we could raid here. We could go Albie. Albie's live. Sparky's live, but I assume he's gonna hop off soon. It's always also midnight for them. Yeah, they've been live for 5 hours. How the fuck is he on pre-roll? Feed that hard changed the game. I'm mad. Nah, I was saying you had a rough start. You really pulled it back, and you had the I think a 3-gen over at that side. But with 4 survivors still active, that was a rough one to play against. You play Wesker well, though. It was just the early game was in the survivors' favor. I found your totem instantly, and we popped 2 gens for the first 2 chases. That's a rough start. But you had a hell of a mid-game there. Do you play 2v8 as well? Is Wesker your main? Very nice. What are we facing? It's a normal TR. I hope it's not a trapper, but I'm kind of worried it's a trapper. You had a Gen Rush build? It's another Bubba. Okay. You heard you reacted. Yes! You have to stop going he, him on people, okay? It's disrespectful. How are your games? Are you on 2v8s? If I comes here, I have nothing. I need to not do this. Oh no, I had to. It's the chainsaw thing. It's the chainsaw thing. What is this medium? What's this called? We never see this. Okay. I'm off the scene. No, if I had life! I do not, in fact, have life. Fine, I go edge map. Why is he so fast? Hello? You're a Legion main? Hence the name. You play Wesker often? Thanks for the compliments. Yeah, I had a fun game. You look like a sweet streamer, have fun in the fog. Ah, I appreciate that. That's very nice of you to say. Good luck on your next game, and thanks for stopping by. Ah, speed limiter. The chainsaw doesn't down you. I don't know what the play is. I don't know what it means. You got an 8K on that stupid map, Trevor and Wesker, but it was the he-him. No way. Joey, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate your support for the channel. Welcome in, welcome in.
Joey the Legion 173 followed your channel.
What's your devotion now? It must be about 60. So the problem is, right, Colonel, that I had devotion 14 on Nintendo Switch. I have to go, I have to go, I have to go, I have to go. Oh crap, I thought there was a pellet here. Oh, there's a pellet here. No, pellets don't drop. Maybe? No, good effort, Lake. I should have hit the dead art. I really thought I was making that pellet stun. Unlucky. Sorry, I was saying, Colonel. I am just a baby. I can't drop pellets, Jill. How was, that's enduring. How was things at Lofts, Jill? Are you on the rivals now? Why do I have my medkit in one hand as I'm trying to fight off the entity? Hello? Double Blight first 2 games sounds familiar. But for Bubba has fun after the recent buff? I don't remember if there was a buff, but I'm glad people are playing Bubba. Okay, sorry, I have to finish my story. So, I was Devotion 14 on my Nintendo Switch, but with cross progression, even though a lot of stuff... No... Even though a lot of stuff carried over, the devotion didn't add. So I have a lot of devotion, but I'm missing my first 14. He's coming straight back. Yeah. I don't know. I'm Deathhook. Damn. Damn, son. That's a long way to go to the next pallet, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, right. That's what the problem is. GG, well played. Nice, good effort. Is that like Forever Entwined as well? That pickup was very fast. The second change was trash. The first and the third were fine. Unlucky. So, we'll check the devotion after this game. Chad was happy. Good. Good. Love to see it. Yeah, the Wesker. Oh, that made him happy. We know he loves Wesker just as much as I do. Easy. Okay. Let's see how Lake does. He got chainsaw speed. Oh, base can increase. It's like Beastmark with no downside. Oh. Oh, this is Edge Map Gaming. Dead Art. Wasn't it cross progression? They should have every device that can be linked able to transfer everything. Yeah, so I had about 1,000. No, that's not correct. I had about, I want to say 250 flans spread across different survivors. I got those. So that stuff all transferred over from Nintendo Switch. It was just the prestiges weren't adding up, right? He's fast. Yeah, he knows what he's doing. He's playing alright, him. So the prestiges didn't add up. So if you had, I had a P50's arena, I think, on my a P54's arena on my Nintendo Switch, and I don't know, a P something's arena on PlayStation, and that didn't add, so they just took the highest one. But I did get all of my offerings, my items, all of that stuff, just not the devotion. So I think I'm still in the 30s. There's no saving them now if they leave. GG's. Unlucky. I say we play one more. What do you guys say? I'm gonna run a quick ad break and then we'll go in again. I'm having too much fun, guys. Forced hesitation, enduring, unbound, colorophobia, airy flash, speed limiter. Nice. You had to buy a character that I bought as a bundle on PS5 again for PC. Really? I did not. Where's the devotion? Oh, well, 39. See? So technically, almost 60, Colonel. Because I had the 14 from Nintendo Switch. That's not here. But yeah. I missed the devotion. Is that the Jane again? I think so. That's the same Jane we just played with. Let's see if she leaves or if she was happy with our performance. She didn't leave yet. Maybe she likes us. What do you guys think? Not the good luck, have fun with Lake. Lake's hitting them with good luck, have fun, guys. I have to go to work tomorrow really early, and I'm sad. I need to have a thought about what time. Oh, this is our first Springtrap of the day. We've been live for over 8 hours. Oh, he's there, he's there, he's there, he's there. Not a single Springtrapperoni. Okay. I don't think they liked Lake's music. Unlucky. Oh my god, everyone's here. He's still with Lake, he didn't change. Don't come here, Gamer Monjin. Please. Good chase, good first chase, not bad at all. Painrest hits Jane. If it wasn't Painrest, and also she didn't give a shit. She's like, I'm sitting on my gen. Fuck that Painrest. Over oppression. I thought it was overcharged, but it was oppression. That is unlucky. Please take him away. Door 7 to rescue you. You think I can do that? Or is Jane coming? Oh, she found you. This is 5 to 6. I can't get to door 7. Okay, where was the other gen? This one. This is the one that got me the oppression when he kicked it. Yes. He's playing some more music. Nice. He's very committed to his guitar. I can respect it. He's trying to gen rush though. Oh shit! Nice. I don't know. Oh, I make this. Am I oblivious? Yes. Is he here? No. Nice. Well done. Ah, that's the wiretap. Nice hacking. I don't know which gen Jane is on. But I think if we do this gen, we've got a pretty good gen spread left. Because we have the one that I was on. There's the one that Lake was on that he didn't kick. I mean, let me gen rush. Oh, this has so much progress. Oh, these gens are going to be popping and it's game over. Honestly. What do I have here? Oh, the door is here? Oh, he's... I heard him. Oh, they finished the gen. Shit. Oh, I'm allergic to gens, guys. Which door is he gonna go to, or did he give up? Maybe they'll DC, they might. Yeah, like our last game, man. Lurks are fine. Lurks are good. Okay, they're back on the Jane. I don't have Wiglif, y'all. What the fuck? Wait, I do have Wiglif. Why am I lying for attention? I'm always lying for attention. Beautiful. Oh, shit. Oh, that is unlucky, gamer. I'm not gonna lie. This gate is open, right? Hello. Lake's at the other gates. I think he's Gucci because that gate was open as well. Lake's playing his guitar over there. Yes, GG. Well played, team! Well played. Lake with the excellent chases. You hit your 2d20? No wonder gens were flying. Yeah, that was a rough game for them, I can imagine. GG's, team, GG's. Lake, thank you so much for hopping on. I appreciate you playing some games with us. Please go get some rest. We're gonna go raid out. Guys, what an adventure. Such a good stream. So much fun games with Classed. We're gonna go raid LB. Because it's always a good time over there. And he'll keep you entertained for hours and hours. Starting now. So there. That's how it is. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me today, chatting, chilling, lurking. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thanks everyone for the follows. Thanks everyone for the stream streaks. Nana, thanks for hanging out. Lake, thank you for the games. And Colonel, it's so good to see you. I'm glad you're back. Sketch, thank you for the raid. Class, thank you so much for the games today. For the duo and for the raid. Jess, thank you for the raid. And thank you for the raid. Cannibal Cake, thank you for the raid. Vitor, thank you for the raid. Avian, thank you for the raid. Timebone and Taste, thank you so much for your resubs. You guys are the best. I will be back probably Sunday morning. I will let you know about tournaments this weekend, gamers, in the Discord. Let's go say hi to LB. Please go and copy this raid message. We'll spam it in their chat. Have an amazing rest of your day. Take care. And I hope to see you all on Sunday, gamers. Bye!